Hello, everyone, and welcome to the last day of the Collegiate Chess League's fourth season. I'm Joe, the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, joined by International Master Eric Rosen, who was just live literally a matter of seconds ago. So most of you are still.
I'm still live and alive, so it's good to be here.
It's fantastic to have you here, Eric. Right now, we're watching the finals of Division Three. That is between Northeastern and Indian Institute of Technology. So we have an international matchup here today. Eric, do you know anything about these two teams, or is this the first time you're hearing of them?
It's the first time for me. All I know is of their existence, but I'm excited to watch some D3 college chess. Yesterday was super exciting, by the way. We had a lot of like fun, exciting moments yesterday, so I hope it continues into today.
Yeah, yesterday, for those of you that missed it, we watched the Division 1 finals, the Division 1 third place match, and the Division 2 finals, as well as another, I believe, Division 4 matchup. But today, we have the Division 3 finals, followed by the Division 4 finals, as well as some finals in some lower divisions. But today is the last day. This is going to be the epic conclusion to the season, so I'm really excited for this. We actually do have um, a couple games here. I'm looking at Chef Daniel versus Rohan chess.
Yeah,
So
and this is the first round of the match, and they're already like in an end game. It's move 23. Queens are off the board. White's got the bishop pair. Um, yeah, first glance, I like white here, but it's the type of position all three results are possible because this knight on f5 is actually a really, really nice piece.
yeah, and White doesn't have like a G pawn to kick that knight out, and so already going after this bishop on E3. Do you want to like move it backwards to like D2? Like I don't know if this bishop has many prospects in the future.
Yeah, it's weird because it's a relatively open position, but both of White's bishops are not so impressive. Like the more I'm looking at it, White squared bishop is restricted by Black's light squared pawns. And the dark squared bishop is also restricted by its own pawns and the queenside pawns for Black. So um and bishop f8 is actually really clever because Black's threatening to take on e3 and then bishop c5 check.
Ooh.
So okay, White being careful not to blunder.
Yeah, this actually might be an attempt to save the bishop pair and get those rooks off the board. So this could help White out.
Yeah,
Um,
rook d2, it's an attempt to simplify, but this does allow Black to take on d2 and then play knight d4 check and then trade on b3. And I think this gives Black a really pleasant endgame because White's pawns are fixed on dark squares on the king side.
that's
And
a
it
good
looks like
point.
we're seeing this play out.
Yeah, we'll see if Black gives up this awesome F5 knight for an endgame advantage, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a tricky decision because it's like it's a really nice piece for Black, and okay, he's deciding to keep the knight on the board. But I would have been inclined to play knight d4. Sometimes long term, the bishop pair can still be a powerful weapon.
So I see a couple people in chat asking about the format of the Collegiate Chess League. So with a bunch of new viewers, I did put the information link in the chat if you guys are interested. Highly recommend you check that out. But essentially, we take all the teams that register during our registration process, and we list them based off average team rating of their top four players based off their blitz on chess.com, and we take the top 16 teams, and that's Division 1. And then the next 16 teams are Division 2, and so forth. And this season, we had all the way up to 14 divisions. So a lot of teams registered, I believe over 220 total. And so India just so happens to be one of the teams. India actually has a couple teams that registered and are competing, and they've made it all the way here into the Division 3 finals. They're actually the number 1 seed. They beat the number 12 seed in Boston University last week in the semifinals, 12-4. and Northeastern is actually kind of an underdog. They're the 11th seed out of 12 in the playoffs, and they upset the number 2 seed Duke B team 11-5 to make it here. So
Wow.
yeah, India's looking to maintain their I guess seed advantage and close out the season, but Northeastern's looking to continue their upset.
Yeah, and we should note like 11-5, that's not just an upset. That's like a super lopsided upset.
Yeah.
The matches we saw yesterday, I think they were all within 1 or 2 points of each other. So 11-5, that's a pretty big differential.
Yeah.
And okay,
And
we're reaching
actually,
the point of the round where like players are getting into time
yeah,
trouble.
I see a
So
result already. Here we have Kevin Lee from Northeastern getting a point. So, yeah, and the match format, we have essentially 4 rounds. So there's 4 players per team, and each round is a 5+2 blitz game. And here in round 1, the board 1 plays board 4, and board 2 plays board 3. And then round 2, it's board 1 versus board 3, and board 4 versus board 1. No, board 4 versus board 2. And then rounds 3 and 4, it's 1 versus 2, and 3 versus 4. And then the final round, it's 1 versus 1, and so forth. So
basically
actually,
you're playing everyone else on the opposing team.
yeah, it's an all play
Yeah.
all. And
The final round you play the equivalent board of your own.
this position, white is up a bishop. And so you would think it's winning. But
Black has pawns though.
yeah, black is gonna get this last
If
F pawn.
Yeah, if anyone's playing for a win, it's black actually, because black can like easily trade off the F pawn, and it's going to be 3 pawns for the bishop. I don't think white can take on G6 because H2, and then you can't play bishop E4.
Wow. So black has 3 pawns for the bishop. They're all um on the side. So this bishop maybe has a chance of catching them, but it's looking really difficult.
Yeah, I'm trying to assess it. It does look winning for black because the king and bishop are going to be spread thin, and
Wow.
black's going to play some like G3, H2, and white's bishop won't be able to like cover everything.
So G3 is the move here, and they play it.
G3, yeah. And now bring the king to F2.
Now A3. Oh, is the king gonna
So there's
personally?
actually a few winning plans for black. The
Yeah,
king could go to B2. Another plan was to play A3 and then in combination with like H2, H1. Now don't lose the G pawn.
yeah. This
The
is
king
gonna be
B2 would be
interesting.
drawing, but G2
So
should be a
this
fine
forces
move.
king F2,
And now
king
king
B2.
B2, yeah.
Yes. Wow, what an awesome piece sacrifice there from Rohan, the top board from India. So white has to give up the bishop now, or they're gonna hope for some stalemate, but it's looking very difficult. If
Yeah,
anyone
white's
can
allowing
find,
black to promote.
if Eric, you can summon your stalemate tricks and traps for this position, I'm sure
I would love to try. The
Northeastern
problem
would
is white has
appreciate
a
it.
bishop on the board, and black's not taking that bishop.
Oh man. Oh
Black's
no.
just going straight for mate.
Yep, it's mate now. So that's a point for India. So they answer things back. House Party, I see from Northeastern won as well. So right now I have the score of 2-1. Let me see. There's actually a streamer on the Northeastern team. If you guys want to go check them
Ooh.
out, his name is Jacob. His username is BK Chess. I'll give him a shout out in the chat. I missed their first game, so let me see the results of that one. I actually don't see it. I don't know if they played.
I didn't see it either. I wonder if there was a no-show.
It's possible.
I was also wondering about the Kevin Lee game because the final position I saw it looks like a normal sort of endgame where White
Mm.
just resigned.
It
So I'm not
says
sure if anything weird happened
yeah, it
there.
says one game abandoned. So perhaps
Oh, maybe some internet issues.
yeah. So that is unfortunate for the Indian team there. Especially well, so Kevin is Northeastern's board too. Um yeah, someone's saying that the opponent disconnected.
I see.
Um but yeah, we should be moving on to round 2 any minute. I believe Jacob's opponent is just not there. Who's Harsh Duveti, who's God L. Jonathan. All right, I do see a round 2 game has started.
Okay, so we have Penny for Thought against Chef Daniel. Chef Daniel playing the Levy Rosman B6 E6.
This
Some
is
kind of
this is a Levy opening.
yeah, it's one of his pet lines that on a high level it's kind of dubious-ish. But actually like it's interesting against certain setups. Like now Black is transposing into a Dutch. And it's an interesting way of just like fighting different types of setups for White. Black's getting some really nice piece harmony. And especially in Blitz, it leads to a middle game where the ideas are pretty straightforward for Black. It's just to control the e4 square with the knight, usually d6 and knight bd7. Here we see c5, so things getting spicy pretty quickly.
All right, so yeah, Black has the double fianchetto. Both sides castle, king side. Black's pushed up the f pawn, so um, a little more aggressive on the king side.
Yeah, it's a
And
bit more exotic. Like usually you see the center pawns advance. Okay, here we see d5 advance, but Black started with an earlier f5 and c5. And now there's just a ton of tension in the center. And it's one of these middle game positions where we're gonna see like who will bite first or who like will crack first. Both sides have like really solid setups.
yeah, so Black takes on e5. Now the knight on f6 has to move. Um,
There's a
and
couple
I'm
options here. Knight d7, knight e4.
yeah. So going back to attack, and White plays f4. So this kind of locks things up for the moment.
Yeah, I think f4 had to be played because otherwise e5 would be a little bit too vulnerable.
Yeah, like maybe if you played knight f3, there's a move like queen c7 or something.
Yeah, knight f3, queen c7. Yeah, so now f4 it keeps things together, but it's also a commitment for whites. Or like long term, maybe there's potential for Black to like later exploit like e4 square or e3 pawn.
Yeah, and I like this trade on d4 that opens up the long diagonal for Black's light square bishop. So
Yeah, I'm trying to like assess who I would prefer to play in this position. Because white actually has a little bit more space with the
yeah,
pawn on e5. And the bishop on g7, no offense to the bishop, but it's kind of just trash in the face of the e5 pawn. And the knight on d7 also wasn't doing anything. Um, as we see, it retreats to b8. So it's looking like white has a slight upper hand here.
mm-hmm.
Also, black has a clear weakness on e6. Like there's already some knight g5 ideas for white.
Ooh. So if knight, okay, so
So
Black's
h6 is,
stopping that.
I think, a good prophylactic move.
Yeah, but it is pushing a king side pawn, and that could create a weakness in the long run. So I agree with your evaluation. I think white is for choice. Even though like the e pawn is doubled, I think that black's e pawn is weaker, and White also has the option at some point to push for e4. And okay, we see the knight coming to c6. Where do you think the knight's going? b4 or maybe a5 actually?
Yeah, I'm not sure if White's last move a4 was necessary, because pawns can't move backwards, and now with a4, if the knight ever comes to b4, it's a nice outpost for black. Like even in this position, looks like knight b4 is possible, and White would maybe prefer the pawn on a3. I think
Maybe
one
pawn.
reason White played a4 was to like discourage any sort of b5 idea from black,
Mm,
but I mean that was already prevented.
yeah, maybe unnecessary. But yeah, so the knight on b4, it is an outpost square now. White doesn't have a3, but also like the knight over there is kind of like sidelined a little bit. Like there's not much action going on that queen side.
Yeah, and as we see from the last move, King H7, it's not so easy to find a plan for black. But I'm also wondering what White's plan is, because like the pieces are for the most part pretty optimized. And sometimes in a position like this, you want to look for the potential pawn breaks. So I'm wondering if White can perhaps prepare King H2 and eventually like Rook G1, G4, try and open the G file, and Queen F2. Queen F2 is interesting. There's some idea to play Queen G3 and Knight H4, and then target the G6 pawn.
Yeah, that's ooh. And now black's
G5.
black's advancing.
Okay, things are getting spicier. I'm
um
not sure if G5 is like a strong way to attack White or just kind of self-destructing,
really weakening.
but we're gonna see soon.
We're gonna find out. Hmm.
Because the pawns do look a bit menacing. If
Yeah.
Black can get a rook to G8, play G4, but White's the first to get some initiative. Threatening knight takes G5.
Yeah, now white's e-pawns are doubled and isolated, but this does open up black's king, which is starting to look a little scared. I'd be scared.
Yeah, a little precarious. I mean, there is bishop H6 here, like keeping G5 defended. And I'm realizing with Queen G3, it supports the E5 pawn, but also kind of creates this mini battery, helping control D6. So there is a move here, Rook D6, which might be hard to consider at first, but okay, he goes ahead and plays it. And it's a really interesting way of keeping the threats coming, because now the E6 pawn is very vulnerable, and I don't think it can be defended really.
Can black play f4?
F4 with a counterattack, F4 Queen G4.
Hmm.
And then maybe take on d6. I mean, things are gonna get really messy
Ooh, there's
as
f4.
we see this play out. I think one drawback of f4 though, there's bishop d3 check. Maybe even in this position.
Oh, there it is.
And
Bishop
queen
d3.
g6 coming. And the problem for black is like you want to remove the rook on d6, but then after the e pawn takes back, the darks for bishop opens up for white.
Oh
And
my
there's this
goodness.
x-ray vision against the king.
Yeah, no.
So a move like queen g6 here, I think is just absolutely crushing.
This looks lights out. Queen g7.
So white's hitting the bishop and the e6 pawn. Queen g7, it's an attempt to try and hold on, but I mean, rook e6 on the horizon. Even a move like knight h4 looks really strong.
Queen
Queen e6.
e6. Yeah, no, white's everything's coming together for white and everything's falling apart for black.
I think this all stemmed from black playing g5. So
Mm.
perhaps it was a little bit of destruction. It looked natural at first, but white played like really, really nicely to just keep throwing punch after punch.
Yeah, so right now the threat is white's gonna move their queen and then push the e pawn.
Maybe even move their queen to take the bishop on
Oh, they're
h6.
taking on h6
Yeah. When the e
because
pawn was taken, there's a battery that formed on the sixth
oh, the
rank.
rook is there too. Okay. I
Yeah, this
thought
is
I thought that
all
was a
crumbling.
okay. So yeah, Penny getting a point for India.
Really nice game, actually. Like, white built up a nice kind of positional setup, and then once things started opening up, the tactics just flowed really, really nicely in white's favor.
So now I'm looking at BK Chess, who didn't have an opponent for round one. I think they're still missing their fourth board, which is unfortunate. Um, but let's see how
It is.
Jacob's doing.
Yeah, looks like some sort of King's Indian structure. I'm looking back at the opening. It stemmed from a King's Indian attack, so it makes sense for the current position. And white's going for the G5 pawn thrust, but it takes some time to prepare. Queen G3. Wow, pawn G5. I think this is the second time we're seeing G5 in where it's probably going to backfire for the side playing it.
Yeah,
Because now
so
the F file's opened.
we had en passant and now rook to F1, hitting the queen with tempo. And yeah, like you said, white temporarily has the F file, but black can contest it with the move rook F8.
Yeah, rook F8, it's an attempt to neutralize. We might see rook takes F8 here. Although rook F8, black can take back with the rook and things trade off pretty quickly. Yeah, first it looked good for white, but now it's possible that black's completely fine here. It's the thing with one open file, even if you control it temporarily, the opponent can fight for it. And the bishop on G2, it's not doing much.
What is
White
it
would like
doing?
to play... Yeah, it's kind of just hibernating.
It's
White would
waiting.
really love to play bishop h3, g5, but it's a little bit slow, and I don't know if that even like does so much.
Black has good control over the G5 square for now. And okay, white's trying to
c3.
contest the center.
c3 is interesting. I'm actually wondering, the idea of c3, there might be some long-term idea to play bishop f3, bishop d1, bishop b3.
Ooh.
Wonder if white should have started with that first. It still takes a lot of time to get the bishop to a happier diagonal.
And look at the time advantage. Jacob has a lot of time here. So, okay, queen's going after the h pawn, so the queen defends. And now, well, bishop's going to f1.
Rook f8 is very timely because white can't really avoid the rook trade. Like in white's spot, you would really like to keep pieces on the board with the time situation.
Yeah, black's trying to trade
Black
everything down.
simplifying. Now, yeah, now if white wants to avoid the queen trade, okay, there's queen e2 or queen g2. But white probably has to allow the trade of queens.
So in this endgame, is the knight favorable, or is it more or less even?
Yeah, I think it's a 3-result game. I'd probably prefer the knights just because of the structure is a bit more locked up. And black can kind of fix the structure with pawn g5. Maybe should have been played right away. But still, like g5 is going to fix white's pawn on g4, and that's going to be a long-term weakness.
It's a good
And that
point.
also secures f4 square for some eventual knight maneuver.
Yeah, like if white plays for g5, the knight can go to h5 and then f4. Although then maybe white could play d4. But black plays g5 first anyways, and
d4 is white's main plan here, probably,
they're going for it.
as we see. But the knight is still going to have more fun. Because black has this blockade on e5. Knight's coming to e5. And the problem with the bishop in general, the bishop can't hit any of the pawns on dark squares.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be just restricted to defending its own pawns. And now knight e5, and I don't think white's defending g4. Oh no!
Oh, that's a fork.
That was the wrong way to attack g4.
Oh no.
Oh. it was a difference between winning and losing. Knight f6, it was the
Oh,
right idea, but wrong execution.
that hurts.
Knight
And time
e5 would
pressure. Maverick goes down, so Jacob gets
yeah.
on the board. Um, and Rohan Chess beat House Party. So Rohan Chess is 2 for 2. Ooh, they
Pretty
got in on
finish
the
to
late
that
squares.
that game.
An exchange sack for a fork. And the pawns were just too strong.
So many pawns.
And so many queens. All right, so Rohan Chess 2 for 2, and yeah, I don't know where Harsh is from India's fourth board. I've tried contacting their team, just haven't heard from them.
Yeah, that's it can be costly to give up a full board in a team match like this.
You know what's really
4
interesting?
points.
I believe Division 11 had they had a player just completely not be able to play, and like they knew in advance, and they just played with 3 players, and they ended up winning anyways.
Wow.
Somehow, I don't know.
That's impressive.
So I guess like if there's any source of good news for the Indian team is that it's their fourth board that's missing, you know.
Gotcha.
Maybe they could still show up later though. But all right, we see a big match here between Kevin and Rohan Chess. Rohan Chess 2 for 2. Both these players are 2200.
Yeah, and they're blitzing out some like anti-Sicilian theory. This is a line I've occasionally played as white. It's like a delayed Alapin and white going for the d4 pawn break. I'm pretty sure they're still in the realm of theory,
Yeah,
but still very early in the game.
I'm a huge fan of the Alpen. So
Mm.
if you ever play the Sicilian against me, I'm playing C3. So I like these
So you play
structures.
c3 on move 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit more direct, and it leads to more kind of open tactical positions right from the get-go. With the delayed Alapin, this is a lot more positional. Things stay closed. Things can close down completely if white plays g5. So slightly different style of playing.
Yeah, white could go for this d5, and then that is definitely a much different structure than a normal Alpen. But yeah, I like white's structure for now. There's a lot of
Yeah, both
options.
sides are super solid.
Mm-hmm.
And like if white plays d5, it resembles more of a Spanish type position, like close Spanish, or even it could lead into King's Indian ideas.
So the bishop comes out, and one of the main points is trying to line up the queen and bishop to attack h6 and try to trade off the fianchetto bishop. But black plays h6 immediately, forcing the bishop to make a decision to stay on that diagonal or to keep pressure on the knight. So they go to h4, and now the knight actually moves because the knight wasn't really pinned or anything, and the knight's looking like it's going to come to f4, which is a really
I
nice square.
really like this move. Yeah, knight h5, because it leaves a bishop really awkward on h4.
Yeah.
I think white was intending bishop g3 to align with the black queen, but now like bishop g3 just looks really ugly, allowing knight takes g3, fg3. Meanwhile, black is ready to probably go for f5 and force the bishop back to g3 anyway.
Yeah, maybe
So
even start with g5.
yeah, g5 looks like it will come very soon. And it's a question, how does white deal with this? Although I guess one drawback of g5 is it leaves the knight undefended on h5.
Ah,
Sometimes a move like g5 could be met with like knight h2 or knight fd2,
sometimes there's even
where it gets a bit weird.
sacrifices.
Or knight g5, yeah.
Well, knight g5, I don't know, because you lose the pawn takes as attacking the bishop as well. But like, maybe there's knight e5. But
Yeah, there's some like tricky lines there. We see knight h2 right away, which I think is just prophylaxis against g5. Now of g5, there's queen h5. But
Yeah.
black's just chilling. Black's developing the final minor piece, ready for the rook to come in. The one good thing about the bishop on h4 though, it does prevent rook d8.
Yep. There's always a positive.
So if I were white here, I'd probably just quickly play knight d2 and just see what black is up to.
Yeah,
It seems like the type of position you don't want to spend too much time.
get the other knight in. Maybe bishop e2. Yeah, and they go
Bishop
for it.
e2 is interesting as well.
But now the knight
I'm
comes to
provoking that
f4.
f4.
Yeah. So.
And g5 still on top. Like g5, rook d8. Both these moves will come with tempo. Black is definitely the one dictating play here.
Maybe knight d2 now. There it is. Maybe we look at another game actually. Look at what's going on in Jacob's game versus Penny for thought.
That's actually the craziest position of the round. It looks like black has won a rook and is absolutely crushing. Like white was trying to attack on the king side, but it's black who's attacking on the king side.
He blundered big time.
Actually, in the final position, black was up 2 rooks and a knight. Pawns were equal, but 2 rooks and a knight is a lot of material.
Well, yeah, that's too much material. So Jacob goes down for Penny for Thought, who now has 2 points. And we haven't looked at Chef Daniel versus Maverick. So I kind of like white with the difference of the bishops. Yeah.
It's the thorn in black's position.
And black will never really be able to get rid of this thing. So I was thinking like I would love to see
c5's a nice move, attacking the rook and keeping the bishop along the open diagonal. Yeah, like queen c6 maybe coming.
Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of rook d7. I was thinking we need to target the h pawn. You know?
Yeah, I was wondering if white could have played queen e3 instead of rook d3.
So queen e3, and if black plays this really like sensible king h7, we can follow with rook d3, and we're threatening to take on h6 anyways.
Nice mating ideas.
Rook h3 is checkmate. Yeah. So that would have been really nice. And now the rook comes back to d3, but a major difference now is that instead the queen is on the c file still, as opposed to attacking.
Okay, so this is where black played c4. White could have played queen d2 after c4. Just give away the rook and try and provoke king h7.
Oh, very nice idea. Yeah, queen d2. Now we gotta watch out for mate on g2.
Okay. Yeah, don't get mated.
So, interestingly, blocking with the f pawn here, I would have maybe played like queen g3, but
and queen g3 looks a little bit more useful. But yeah. f3 does completely undermine the battery on the diagonal.
Yeah. So it blocks the queen on the third rank, but it blocks the queen and bishop on the long diagonal. And right now, again, white is just threatening to take on h6, followed by rook h8 mate. Now,
yeah, and I think after queen e3, white's completely winning. Like, what's the defense?
So queen e3, h5.
h5, yeah, h5, and then queen g5.
h5.
Rook takes h5.
Probably you could take on h5 and then play queen g5.
That's all. If you want to be fancier, that's another way to do it. Actually,
it might be more direct.
That's actually really nice.
So
a few move orders for white to win there.
Gonna play queen e3. It's a very sensible move.
If white wants to be really fancy, there's also queen c1.
Ooh,
not necessary though. Actually, queen c1 allows queen d4, and there should be multiple ways for white to win here. But I like what Maverick's doing, just taking time. As you have time to calculate here, and the lines are very forcing.
Yeah, queen e3 there, and this should be forced mate. H5, and let's see if they take. Yeah, they take it
Rook
right away.
H5.
So they
Very
saw
nice.
this. And now queen to G5, threatening mate two different ways.
Yeah, as black, you would really like to take on F3, hoping white recaptures on F3, and then Rook G8 pinning the queen,
Mm,
preventing mate. But Queen F3 is not a forcing move and just allows Queen G7 mate.
yeah. So it's forced mate. Not. I mean, you could give Queen D1 check or Queen D4 check.
Or Queen C5 check.
Wow, there's so many options actually. Now that I'm looking at
Three possible checks.
it. So Chef Daniel's gonna go down here. We do still have Kevin versus Rohan. We go back to that game. And what
Yeah, I
has
think this is a
changed?
game still with the most life in it. Earlier, we were liking black's position, but white's holding on. Material equal. Time is getting low for both sides.
Yeah, both under a minute. Looks like black's trying to press here to open things up.
Yeah, opening the G file. I mean, this could backfire for black, actually. Knight's really well placed on F3. And black's bishop isn't too impressive. Like, white's threatening to take on D8 and then take on E5. Rook D1. Yeah, there's a common principle that generally a queen and knight is better than queen and bishop in the endgame, just because the queen and knight can coordinate more effectively.
Because the knight is the most unique piece, and the queen already moves like a bishop. I've actually heard this debate. Some people think that like you were saying, the knight coordinates better with the queen because the queen can't move like a knight. But some people say that queens and bishops coordinate better because they both can line up
They
on the
could
same
form a
diagonal.
battery.
Exactly.
The
So,
thing is, like, a queen and bishop can target any square on the chessboard, and queen and bishop they can you can only target half the squares, at least with the
mm,
bishop. So this can be relevant
well, the
when there's
queens
like
have
clear
been traded.
weaknesses.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I still think white's doing well. Just better structure, defended pass pawn on d5.
yeah. We saw this in another opening or end game where okay, there goes the C
It's
pawn.
very reminiscent of the other game where we liked the knight and then there was that fork
Oh
unexpectedly.
yeah, so hopefully
But
no forks here. Like
it looks like the knight's gonna take home the victory here.
bishop to b6 is a very natural looking move, but a big blunder because of a fork. But yeah, look at
Ooh, h4 was really tricky, threatening f3 with the breakthrough, but white prevents it.
and just putting every single pawn on a light square. And here we're threatening d6 or
Yeah, white can be patient and wait for the right moment to start advancing the pawns and the king. Just don't repeat moves. Don't repeat 3 times.
progress. Make progress. All right.
Yeah, it's still a question. How does white deal with this blockade?
Oh, he's giving up a pawn,
Wow.
but
Yeah, I mean, this is one way to win. This
this
does help
simplifies
simplify.
things. Yes. Oh,
It doesn't matter that black can waste a couple of tempi with that pawn. White's just waiting.
now the king gets in. King c6, very nice. King d7, and that pawn's gonna be a queen. Are there any
Yeah.
stalemates here, Eric? Would you push
I'm not.
h3?
I was looking. I was
Oof.
looking. I wasn't seeing it though.
So Kevin
I'd
gets
probably
the
push
win.
h3 in hopes that white pre-moves c7 though.
Exactly. There were still some fighting chances.
Might as well try h3.
All right. So Northeastern, they're up by 2 going into the fourth and final round here. They only need 1.5 points to win. India, with one of their boards missing, actually, Northeastern just needs a draw out of 3 games. So, but India can still win if they wait. No, they can force overtime if they sweep.
That's actually still impressive that they're not out of the match despite missing a player.
Yes. All right, so we gotta watch the top boards. Rohan versus Jacob.
Yeah, even though I should be rooting for the USA here, I'm liking the opening that Rohan's playing. This is exactly what I play as white against a lot of like Pearson modern setups. Bishop on f4, queen on d2. Has some resemblance to Jobava London. But black's playing very solidly. Looks like might employ some hippo formation.
So what you're saying is you're rooting for Northeastern over India.
I mean, I should have some national pride.
You,
But
I know you have a lot of fans in India though, Eric.
I do, and I'm also just a fan of this opening. So there's reasons to root for both teams here.
Yeah. Um, I I don't know. It'd be cool to see a comeback from the Indian team. But yeah,
Definitely.
needing a sweep on the three boards that are there is gonna be tough. Who do you think's the favorite on Northeastern to get that one last point or half a point?
Yeah, I'm scanning the three games. Board or yeah, I mean it's still very early, but there's
Mm-hmm.
interesting openings. I'm liking Penny for Thought's position
Yes.
against Kevin Lee. Is Kevin committed to this f5 move, which I think is leaving black with just slightly worse structure. And looks like white will be pressing for a win like, after some trades.
Yeah, White's breaking
E4 is a
through with
very nice move.
E4, trying to open up the F file even more, as well as the center.
Yeah, and the point is after the trade, like, imagine pawn takes e4, knight takes e4, and if knights get traded, black's just going to be left with a really weak pawn in e6.
Oh yeah.
And white's ready to play rook ae1, bishop b4, interesting counterpunch.
Maybe bishop c3 here. But then maybe we lose the e pawn.
Bishop c3, I think, is the best response from white, but yeah, black's going to temporarily win a pawn.
But
Bishop
these
b4
e
is
pawns
very
are gonna get very
resourceful.
weak. Um,
Yeah, bishop c3. Black could take on
well,
e4 right away, or take on c3
probably
first.
take on c3, or no, maybe take on e4 first, like you said. I don't know. I don't know actually. Um,
I mean, I don't really see any other options apart from bishop c3 for white.
bishop c3 played,
It
and now
is
the
played.
question is, do they take on c3 or they take on e4?
Yeah, I'm trying to internalize what's going on. Like pawn takes e4, knight takes e4. But then after knight e4, black is winning a piece. So I think black could take on e4 first with a pawn.
Yeah, pawn e4, and probably we have to play like queen e3.
Queen e3, and then it's similar to the other line, but black gets an extra tempo because, yeah, now if black wants to take on c3, the queen's moving twice.
So yeah, queen e3 here, pretty much forced. Maybe there's queen g3, but okay. So black is up a pawn, but these pawns are not very good. They're doubled and they're isolated and they're targets. So right now,
Yeah, it's a question if black can kind of make use of the next few moves to either defend the pawn or generate some sort of counterplay.
yeah, because the rook on the a file is going to come to the e file and put even more pressure on the pawn. So I don't really see how black can hold on. And then, like we said earlier, this pawn on e6 is going to be a really big weakness. So even though right now white is down a pawn, I think they're going to get it back with an advantage as well.
Yeah, which maybe explains black's last move, pawn c5, just trying to create some imbalance in the
Mm.
position. Queen d3. Uh, Interesting idea. I'm not sure if this is actually good for black though, because after queen takes queen and move like rook f3, black's gonna have a couple weak counter pawns.
So right now going for the e pawn first. Oh, and bring the rook off the
Yeah,
f
rook
file.
e3.
Now rook e3 followed by rook f3 as well. Oh, doubling
Yeah, white
against
had a
the e
choice
pawn.
there which pawn to go after, but it looks like white's in full control.
Yeah, yeah, I like how Penny's playing this.
King f7 expected, but king f7 there's knight f3, preparing knight e5 or knight g5. She threatening to fork the king in either pawn.
Wow, knight f3. Yeah, this knight right now is blockading the d pawn, but white's not
I can
afraid of
afford to move.
d2 because then
d2, rook d1, and
exactly, so
pawn's a goner.
the pawn's gonna be falling. So yeah, this is looking really good for white. They're gonna be able to get back one of the two pawns. Maybe we check back in with another board.
Yeah, we haven't looked at the House Party versus Maverick game, and a lot has happened there. They had some sort of Sicilian transposed into exchange French, and I'm trying to assess the current position. White's up a pawn, but black has counterplay.
Yeah, black wants to go to b2.
Queen b2, forcing some rook d1 or queen d1. Probably rook d1, yeah. Gotta keep c3 defended. But now a2 is falling.
Yeah, so black gets the pawn back, and now black has it past a pawn.
White has a pass
Ooh,
d pawn.
white's
So I think
pushing
this
it.
is a 3-result game.
It's gonna come down to the wire here.
Oh no, major development in Jacob's game. Jacob played queen a5
Oh,
and lost a queen.
oh no, my queen.
Oh no, his queen. I
Uh-oh.
wonder what happened.
And that's over. So Rohan Chess
That's kind of
goes
sad.
3 out of 4.
I'm not sure if
Um,
that was a mouse slip or maybe just a lapse in concentration.
yeah, I don't
Sometimes it's
know.
tough when you're streaming your games and trying to talk and play non-blunders. Can be a challenge.
That's a big loss there for Jacob, the top board for Northeastern. So it's gonna come down to these last two games. If India can win both, they're gonna force overtime.
I think there's chances. I mean, there's still some work to be done. Like both games are, they have plenty of fight left in them. But I'm looking at the penny for thought game. White's definitely pressing for a win here.
Yeah.
Pawn
So
b4, e6 about to fall.
let's look back. How did Black manage to not lose a pawn? Oh, they let
Well, c5 fell.
yeah, they let the trade on c5 happen, and they haven't taken back on e6.
Yeah,
And when
I
they
think
finally
b4
did take on e6, yeah,
was not necessary.
b4 loses that pawn. So Kevin is holding on. He's under a minute though. But rook e7 looks good. Yep, just going after the a pawn.
Now, oh, a lot is happening here. Like white has 96 he can
Ooh.
play. And there's also rook a7 first. As white, you want to be aware of the team situation and not simplify too much.
Oh no, there's a free
Oh,
rook.
knight takes rook.
Wow.
I think black was just expecting rook g7 there
That's
and just miss
crazy.
other threat.
Oh my goodness. So
So
now it's all down to this
pressure
last game.
mounting.
Northeastern's falling apart at the final round.
Will House Party save the day
House Party needs
and
a
prevent the
draw.
party from going on?
They need a draw.
It is like it should be close to equal here, equal pawns. But if anyone's playing for a win, it's probably black with the outside past a pawn. Any
Can we go
moment now,
queen
we're gonna see
d5?
a5.
Oh, I thought queen d5 looked good.
Ooh, threatening knight c3. A tricky move. Wait, is there queen a8, queen a7? It allows like some attack against the king though. I think white can get away with it though. Queen a8, king h7, queen a7, and then if queen e4, white just has f3.
Ah, the knight defends f3. Okay. Yeah,
And
because
white's position is like remarkably solid.
so now white's up a pawn.
Yeah, I think
And
black should have gone for a5 a little bit earlier there.
so there is, and this knight not only guarding f3 but also guarding both e2 and c2 checking squares.
A knight is such a good defender in this position. Queen comes back. And let's keep
Wow.
in mind, it's black
Okay,
who's in
there
a
goes a
must-win
pawn though.
situation.
Wait, but we can trade off queens with queen c2.
Nice move.
Very smart from white.
Okay. And as black to try and win this, it's really not
We have
easy.
house party offering the draw, declined.
Maverick declining the draw.
So the season comes down to this, and to remind all of you, this is the Division 3 finals with prize money on the line. So chess.com is putting up $25,000 total in the fourth season prizes. For this particular match, first place takes home $1,500 and second place only takes $750. So the difference
Ooh, so
between winning
actually
and
pretty big difference here.
losing
It's
is
boiling
it's
down to
double.
this game.
Yeah. So house party, if they can hold on to a draw, Mavericks disconnected. Another potential disconnect.
Oh no.
So
We
yeah,
got 30 some seconds to reconnect.
it seems the Indian players are unfortunately experiencing issues.
Hey, okay.
They're
Went
back.
from disconnected to excellent connection.
Yeah. And also, it's important to note, even if India manages to tie this match by winning on this game, they don't win the match yet. They go to overtime, and they're still not the favorite because they are missing a
Or
player
missing
there
a player,
already.
right?
So they would have to go 2.5 out of 3 to win. And Northeastern only needs, what, 1.5 points out of 3? So, but hey, I mean, we're seeing here that the Indian players are able to.
Now, black's making some progress too.
Yeah.
G5, I'm not sure about. You don't want to trade pawns as black. Ooh, now knight
Oh,
f4. And the pawns are falling.
yeah. And if you lose all the pawns, you
Turned around
can't win.
quickly.
Unless there's like some miracle, like knight mate, you know?
That's
Could you
uh
imagine?
that would be hilarious.
You self-mate. Okay, so yeah, white again is up. Let's see.
Yeah, all white needs to do, take
Just
that
take the last
pawn,
pawn. Yep.
securing the win for the team. And
there you have it. So House
there we go.
Party gets the final point that they need.
If I were black, I would not have taken the pawn. I would have like kept the pawn on the board, hope white runs a king to the corner, get that checkmate with king knight versus king pawn. But that wasn't going to happen.
So props to the Indian team though, with only 3 players taking it all the way to the
Good
final
fight.
game. So Northeastern, they got essentially 4 points for free against their fourth board, and they win the match 8.5 to 7.5, which guarantees them first. They're winning the title as well as $1,500. So congrats to Northeastern. And we're actually getting a raid from Jacob, their top board. So shout out to BK Chess if you guys want to go support their players, especially Jacob, who is actually now a chess.com ambassador. If you guys haven't heard, we've released this thing called a college ambassador program, which I'm linking in the chat right now. Um,
Ooh,
so yeah, chess.com is doing some really fun and exciting things in that regard. But Eric and I are gonna take a really quick break. We're gonna be coming right back with the Division 4 finals between University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign's B team and another international school, Université de Franche-Comté from France. So stick around for that.
okay.
And we'll be right back.
Looking forward.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got the Division 4 finals matchup here between University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign's B team and Université de Franche-Comté. I'm Joe, the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and I'm joined by International Master Eric Rosen.
It's great to be back. Yeah.
So,
I'm really looking forward to this matchup.
uh,
The U of I team, I haven't played for them in many years.
yeah, so you, this is your home team. um,
I'm not sure if I can call them my alma mater because I didn't actually graduate from U of I. I attended for a couple years and then transferred to Webster University, but I still do have a very strong connection to rooting for them and hoping that they have success.
yes.
Because they're completely student run. They don't have any like formal program or scholarships, and it's definitely a nice community of chess players.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I know they're definitely looking forward to having you commentate their games. Right now, I see we have Yusuf the Great, Yusuf Hassan, taking on Alexis Gellis, a king from France. So Yusuf is the top board from Illinois, and looks like they're doing really well here with this C pawn.
Yeah, I'm looking back at the opening. This was actually a Grob,
Ooh,
which you don't see every day in competitive chess. And it looks like Black is just taking full advantage of all of the opportunities on the queen side. Black has not lost a single pawn yet. Currently up, Black is up 3 pawns.
ooh, that's a lot.
Black's up 3 pawns.
Um,
Can Black win the game without losing any pawns?
that's the next challenge. That might be a Rosen Trophy. I don't know if it is or not, but
Yeah, I actually don't know if that's a Rosen Trophy. It should be though. It's not easy to do.
if Yusuf can do it, but yeah, I think Alexis might stick to the Grob through all their games. I'm not entirely sure, but fun fact, Alexis as board 4 for French Comte is actually their team captain, their team leader. They've been the one organizing their team, and yeah, I have a feeling they might continue with the Grob despite its lack of success here.
Yeah, it's a very bold opening. Of course, risky opening. There's a few traps to it for the white side, but objectively, I'm pretty sure the Grob is considered to be the first or the worst first move in chess, at
Really?
least according to the engine. Like even worse than F3 or Knight H3,
Oh my
because
goodness.
G4 creates like some more permanent weaknesses on the king side. But if you want to have fun and be a little bit different, then Grob is still an interesting opening choice.
I see Irene in the chat saying hello from Singapore, who I think
Who
yesterday
was in
was in
Vietnam
Vietnam.
yesterday? Yeah, just jumping around everywhere, man.
So every collegiate chess league stream we do, Irene is in a different location. But hello to Irene, and hello as well to Paul Monsieur and Jacques Masteo, who is the team captain for Illinois. Not
Mm.
playing in this match because they are on the A team. And Jacques Masteo, remind me how the A team did. I forget. I think you guys, did you play in the third place match in, was it D2? Maybe playing against another French team. Ah, the A team won their third place match. Very nice. So actually, yeah, did they play against Sinchal Supalek, which would be funny because then University of Illinois would have played against both the only two French teams in the league. Wow. So okay, yeah, they did play against Sinchal Supalek. So yeah, Illinois is getting their fair share against the French opponents, which
That's
is very
interesting.
very
Yeah,
fun.
it's when I played for U of I, we did not encounter any French teams, but
Well, how this team got here, Illinois was the third seed, and they took down University of Toronto in overtime, 11-9.
mm,
And I believe we saw Toronto beat Duke's C team yesterday in the third place match. And France is the number 1 seed in this division, and they beat Duke 10-6. So
and how much money is on the line for this match?
that's a great question. This match, there's $1,000 on the line for first place in
Mm.
Division 4, and second place goes home with $500. So
Okay, so some money up for grabs. I remember like being a college student at U of I, and $1,000 was a lot of money. That would pay for like a whole weekend trip. And at least during my time there, it was very hard to apply and get accepted for like college funding from the university for the chess team.
Yeah.
So it can definitely go a long way.
And unfortunately, Yusuf did lose a pawn, so no Rosen trophies for that, as far as I'm aware. Um, but yeah, Yusuf is still pushing for the win. I think they're gonna play for c4 at some point.
Yeah, the C pawns, even though they're double, they're very strong in this position. And eventually also knight c6, knight d4 ideas. But c4, very nice move.
And now knight d4 makes sense.
You just gotta watch the time situation because 21 seconds. Don't want to get too comfortable.
Yeah, and we should look at some of the other boards as well.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan Yao is actually suffering with the block pieces, but holding on.
So let's see.
Black is down a pawn, and king is a little bit open on c7.
Yep, queen check.
But the king's actually going to find a nice hiding place on a7. And this is still anyone's game. Because even though white has extra pawn, if white wants to advance the passed pawns on the king side, that will open up the king.
Yes.
And as black, you just want to keep queens on the board and keep some potential to
rook
attack.
f1. So, oh no, my knight. But king goes to a7. The threat was
Rook f8 was a threat.
Pinning the queen to the king. So the king lifts, and now the knight is up for grabs. So going back to try to trade.
I like knight b3. Ooh, I'm not a huge fan of taking because now the a file's open. But I guess black had this in mind to play e4
wait.
and
Queen c7 though. Oh, and they find it.
Oh, queen c7.
The threat rook a1 mate. How do you stop that?
Queen c7 is a nice move.
How do you stop that?
I don't think you do.
Oh my goodness. 5 seconds for Ryan.
I mean, queen b5 if you want to keep the game going.
The king steps up, and now queen c4 is
Ouch.
mate. So Yak with the first point for France. And we have another. Well, all the games are in time pressure. But Mbafna is playing face to face. This is
another crazy position. Like both queens hanging, the rook hanging on c7. White
but knight takes
in
check. Knight takes back. And now
and
is the
black's
knight on f2.
Knight is almost trapped. It has to move back to g4.
Okay. And face to face is up 3 whole pawns.
That's a lot of pawns.
Check, but wait, is the knight trapped?
Now white's knight is almost trapped.
Oh, the rook makes
I mean, the knight is stuck, but it's not actually attacked. And now it's defended by the rook.
Oh,
rook f6, very nice move.
Trade off. Yeah, rook
f1, keeping things tricky.
Time
getting low for black.
Rook takes, there is knight takes. The pawn is pinned.
Like both of white's pieces are completely stuck here. but it's hard for them to be attacked.
Yeah. Oh, trading.
They tried going for the trade. Now rook f5 and white's still alive.
King's taking the pawns, but losing.
A lot of the pawns are coming off the board.
So
yeah, rook f5 probably should have been played sooner there.
Black now has the 2 outside passers. Just keep grabbing pawns. Oh my goodness.
And it's like hungry hippo, where you just keep eating stuff and you don't focus on anything else. Just keep taking pawns.
I like.
But okay, it looks like black is.
And now
making progress.
Should just push. All right, black should be able to win this. Yusuf won their game, so they took down the Grob. And we also have a result
as expected
with Danny beating Bultus. That's actually a huge upset for Illinois. I want to look at that.
Yeah, about 200-point upset.
This is Illinois' board 4 taking down France's top board. Bultus was up, but then they blundered their whole night. So big blunder at the end. And so Illinois and France are tied at 2-2 after the first round. And now I'm looking at
Yeah, it
Alexis.
feels like this is going to be a close match. Like
Yeah.
first round kind of sets the stage. What is this opening from Bolitus? If you want to switch to
All
the
right,
current
what's happening
game
in this one? Looks like
against
we have
Mbafna,
it's kind of like a Smith Mora gambit, but like
except black
even more.
sacked a knight,
Oh, so pawn
and white is
takes.
up a full piece. Piece for 2 pawns, but this is really nice for white
s- s-
because you basically you got a Smith Mora type structure and you're up a minor piece.
It's a Smith Mora gambit where you gambit
Yeah,
more than just a normal Mora.
but black was the one gambiting, and white's the one ahead in development.
So Smith Mora gone wrong.
Yeah, a little bit there.
All right. So yeah, White's just gonna try to trade down as much as they can and go into this end game up a piece. So tough for Mahir, who's the board 3 from Illinois, up against Bulitis. Bulitis really does need to bounce back though. They did blunder their piece in game 1 against Illinois' bottom board, so maybe a little karma coming back their way. When you
Yeah, what
blunder a
goes around
piece,
comes around.
your opponent has to blunder a piece. Is that right, Eric?
Not always the case, but it is nice when you're the receiver of pieces.
Well,
If
Mihir
you're the giver of pieces, you want to be sure you're getting some compensation.
Mihir somehow has won another pawn, so they have 3 pawns for the piece. So technically material is balanced. However, black right now their queen is hit. They're behind in development. They haven't castled. This bishop on c8 has 0 legal moves.
A really nice move here would be queen a3 or queen b4, just preventing white from castling,
Yeah.
and then preparing the invasion with the knight, like knight e4, knight d6, or knight b5, knight d6, or knight c7, and white can start just pummeling away on the dark squares.
Yeah, so Bulitis not allowing Mihir to castle. That's going to be devastating for black. And like you said, this knight is going to come in and work just perfectly with the queen on the dark squares.
Yeah, knight b5. This game's not going to last much longer. Not to mention bishop e4. Like white could just trap the rook.
Oh, man.
But knight b5 looks like it just gets the job done.
Lots of
And yeah,
deaths.
this is what happens when the king is stuck and you don't have a dark square bishop to work with. King d8, best try.
Maybe now we can go like rook c1 or queen d6.
There's so many moves to seal the deal here.
And lots of time too.
Or
So
bishop e4, but
maybe we look at another game. Maybe face to face versus Danny Kaz. The queen's
yeah,
dead
this is
here.
some kind of like Karo Khan where black snagged the pawn on b2 and going full attack mode on the queen side. Knight b4 played, threatening the queen, but also having ideas of knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2, and that black king is going to have to move and go uncastle. But black is also kind of behind the development. They haven't touched their king side.
Yeah, this could backfire for black, especially like if the center opens up, given the current pawn tension. But for the time being, black is just consuming material. It
Yeah,
looks like
so
they're getting away with it.
they're taking on d4. That is winning a pawn, but white can castle if they so choose.
Castling. Nice thing about black taking on d4 is now the bishop can develop to c5.
Mm.
It still feels like white's going to have some initiative. Like eventually rook b1, target the queen, the knight, the b pawn.
I'm wondering if we can play d3. Is that annoying?
d3 is a cool move. d3, queen e3.
There it is.
Okay,
So now queen
let's see this play
e3.
out. Queen e3 prevents bishop c5.
Yeah, oh,
Queen a3 played so quickly.
Yeah. Maybe looking for knight c2.
Yeah, this over defends the d pawn, so it can help mobilize a knight. Knight c2 almost traps the white queen. It would force queen f4. I think as white here, you really want to move the knight away from d2. But it's not easy to do because like, a move like knight b3 allows d takes c4. So maybe knight b1. But that looks really ugly and passive.
This is not the best option for a move to make, and face to face is also facing time pressure under 40 seconds to the 4.5 minutes from Danny.
Yeah, we see this again and again in these blitz games. Is time is such an important factor, and they're only on move 15, and white's used pretty much all of the time. We'll have to
Looks
live on
like
the increment for most of the game.
the knight's trying to get to f5 here.
Knight
Now
f5 is a very nice idea. Rook
rook up.
b3.
Now
I like rook b3. Okay, preparing rook f to b1.
I think you could take on a2.
Just keep grabbing material.
You can lose the knight on b4 because after
Oh,
knight f5. Yeah, so let's see if white
queen
goes for
a6, similar
now.
idea.
So they're pushing the knight out, but still knight f5, right?
Knight f5 is a nice in-between move. Yeah, you drive the queen away from attacking
Whoa, they're
d3.
just giving up the knight. Rook takes, no?
Rook b4, knight d5.
Oh, knight d5. But still,
Discovered fork hitting the rook.
it's two pieces though, right? For the
But black has a lot of pawns
it is
too.
a lot of
Black
pawns.
actually has not lost a single pawn.
Also
Seems
got
like a recurring theme here.
well, maybe rook c8 now.
Rook c8, defend the pawn first, and then look to capture b4 later.
Yeah, and
And knight
Danny has
b4
so
also
much
looks
time.
playable.
Oh, just
b5,
b5.
really solidifying.
Yeah, so two connected pass pawns, two pieces for the rook. Very interesting imbalance.
I mean, if it wasn't for the time situation, I would still like white's chances. The prospect of knight d6. But
So
and
maybe
black has a lot of time just to be careful here. Castle the
castles.
king.
Whoa.
White's going for it. It looks like this is desperation, but it might work.
So after pawn takes, does white want to
So
take
pawn
back with the
takes.
pawn or the bishop?
It's actually a good question. It's a question how the queen will enter the attack. Imagine you take with pawn and then maneuver the queen, like idea queen e5, queen g3. Here we see knight e5.
Can
It
we
looks
take
like this
on
is about to crumble
f6?
for white. Yeah, knight f6, and
Oh, we
black
have a
has a
result.
material advantage.
Ryan took down Alexis. So
Nice
yeah,
final position there.
I think Alexis is definitely the lowest rated player out of both teams. So if they can try to steal a point in any of their games, that's gonna be huge. Wow, wait, Ryan just blundered a whole night against Alexis. So
It
Alexis
still
was,
managed to crash through.
man, yeah, they sacked on the H file, and mate was unavoidable. So
Oh wow.
unfortunate
It
for
was actually a
Alexis
crazy
there.
game, man.
And Danny won their game. They played queen to f4 and blundered the queen with a nice knight fork.
92. What a finish.
So Danny as board 4 has beaten both top boards from France. So props to Daniel.
On a roll. And I think we saw time management play a big role in this game. Like, it can be very nice to just move quickly and pressure the opponent on the clock early on.
Oh, we just saw a really nice move from Yak, the tactician, against Yusuf, who's the top board from
Yak
Illinois.
attack.
So Yak went bishop to c4, attacking the hanging bishop on e2 and disconnecting the rooks on the c file. So White just gave up an exchange there.
Yeah, really nice motif. It's not over though. Black is up the exchange, but white has all the pieces ready to formulate some attack on the king side.
Yeah, maybe they can try to launch the H pawn.
Yeah, like you'd like to get the pawn to h6. It looks like black has everything under control. Just trade rooks, and very soon black can infiltrate the first rank. Rook c1 check, queen d1, and the king's going to be very loose.
Just trying to trade down rooks. That's also very smart.
Also very logical.
And Yusuf has no time, less than 10 seconds. What's going on in Bulletis versus me here? Oh, they're trading queens. And
Black is still alive. So, never mind.
No, rook 8, giving up the
Rook
exchange
8,
temporarily,
move.
but winning the other rook. So up 2 whole pieces. So survives, but not for much
Extra
longer.
pawns don't mean much for black there.
So Bulletis gets on the board with their first point. And I think France is going to keep things evened up if they can convert this this exchange.
On the way.
They're trading queens. So low on time for Yusuf. 1 second. Gotta move. There is a 2-second increment, but 2.7.
And you do want to keep the game going. You never know, but wait, it says 0.4.
I saw 0.3. It didn't add until after.
Yeah, that's... Man, if I was a player and I saw I had 0.4 seconds left with a 2-second increment, I would be very confused.
Dude, I've seen it hit 0 and go back
Oh,
up
really?
to 2. Yeah.
Oh,
like
wow. Yeah,
2.0.
sometimes it doesn't, like, it forgets to add the increment.
It's crazy. But yeah, Yak just completely up in exchange.
It still takes a little bit of work for black.
Yes.
You gotta get the rook to a
see.
better spot. Deal with the queenside play for white, like a3, b4 might be coming.
Do you take
You don't want to trade
pawn
too many
or the
pawns.
king? Okay.
King takes is nice, yeah, because the king's ready to run to g3.
Yes.
But white, okay, white's gonna go for b4. And then, as black, you have to be careful of pawn race situations.
Move. Oh my god.
Point, man.
Every single move. They just have no time. Okay, trading more pawns. Ooh, leaving a pawn on.
h5, okay.
But luckily for black, you know that their base point pawn is on a dark square, so opposite the color of the bishop. And now white's gonna try to bring the king in to bully this rook.
So this should be winning for black. It's a little bit risky.
Yeah,
Because you're, as black, you're gonna, oh, okay. Guess it worked out.
So Yak also
yeah.
taking down both of Illinois' top 2 boards. We're gonna see a very interesting matchup in the 3rd round between Yakini and Daniel. Both of which are 2 for 2. And
I
here
see
we
one
have...
game has already started.
Oh no. Alexis.
Oh, the grob is
It's grobbing.
It's happening. It's grob time.
Man. Knight to e5 followed by d4. There goes
What is this
the
opening?
king. And luckily this bishop is guarding e6. Otherwise queen e6 would be mate. But white just simply grabs the knight. Loses the knight back. So hold up.
I'm still trying to process what just happened. White's up some pawns.
Yeah,
White's up 2 pawns.
White had the initiative.
No, White's up 1 pawn.
They forced the king to move back. But now only up a pawn, but like I think there's some tactic apparently. Apparently
But after d5, there's knight d4. Oh no! I was just about to say the bishop can't be taken.
Alexis
And
falls
that's
to
the
the final tactic.
I think white was better. Like even before the end there, a move like queen a4 check or queen d1 would keep the game going.
He liked queen c4, pinning the knight to the bishop. But yeah, okay.
Oh, wow.
Interestingly enough, after black takes on g8, apparently it says h3 is +4. So h3, maybe bishop
instead
to
of d5.
yes. Okay, so it's saying knight takes d4,
I mean, white is up a pawn with the black king on
queen
d7, so
a4,
seems like a pretty nice advantage for white.
b5, and then queen to d1. Okay. And then there's two
And
things hanging apparently.
white is winning more material
So
in this line.
confusing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think white just had to slow down a little bit there, try and not only spot the tactics for the opponent, but spot the tactics from the white perspective as well.
So that was a big game. Both those players were 0 for 2. So Mahir gets their first point on the board. Alexis has been playing some very fun chess, some very exciting chess, and they've actually been getting into really good positions. Uh, but just like you said, slowing down and actually like looking for the tactics, not only for you but also for your opponent, is gonna make a big difference in a lot of these games that they've been dropping.
Yeah, it's one of the most important things in Blitz. Like, you
Ooh.
gotta be tactically alert for both sides.
So I wanna.
Speaking of, there's some tactical messes happening in some other games. Mainly the
Hmm.
game between Ryan and Bolitus,
I'm looking at that one.
featuring not an opening that you see every day. It's a, I think they call this a Ulvestad
So it's an
against
Italian.
yeah, against the fried
Oh,
liver.
going for the fried liver, and we have b5. Normally, people will play knight a5. Of course, if black takes back on d5, there's the knight sack on f7, which is the notorious fried liver attack. But here we have b5. The bishop comes all the way back to f1.
Yeah, Bishop F1 is very typical in these sort of variations because you eventually recapture on B5,
Whoa.
which is what happened.
And now
But
black
Black is
castles
treating this as
long.
a gambit, castling long and going for the attack against the king side. Like Knight D4, unleashing the light squared bishop, targeting F3.
Hmm. And actually, black can take on f3 and ruin white's pawn structure.
It's very tempting here.
I don't see why not.
And yeah, I guess white was in a bit of a predicament after Knight D4. If white took on D4, there's pawn D4, and white would be losing material there.
Yeah, attacking the knight on c3 and the bishop on b5 would then be hanging. So, yeah, and now black's going for it. So, even though black is down a pawn, they definitely have some
Full
good chances here.
compensation.
Yeah, with the doubled f pawns and the open
And this
king on the
bishop
g
on
file.
B7 is absolute monster. Like G5 ideas, like Rook G8 and eventually G4 is one thing that comes to mind.
Oh,
Queen
just
C6, okay, going after F3.
yeah.
Although as black, you probably don't want to trade queens. I'm wondering if one of the points of Queen C6 is to play Knight H5 and then eventually Queen G6. Or Queen F6, target F3.
Yeah, we have the knight coming in now. Um, what's interesting is I think with the queen on c5, knight e4 didn't actually work because the pawn on d3 is pinned a couple ways. Not only pinned to the queen on the d file, but it's also kind of overloaded a little bit defending e4 and c4. But with the queen on c6, that blocks the bishop on b7 a little bit. It's kind of funny to say because like they're working together on a battery, but sometimes you don't want the queen leading the attack.
But we should see how this plays out
But
because black
oh,
still exploits the
so
pin
they
on the d
go
file.
g6 check first, then takes on
Yeah,
e4. So
unleashing the
beautiful.
bishop. And white
What a flood
has
of tactics.
just crumbled here, losing the queen, now the bishop on c4, and the game.
Everything. That was insane.
Good
Yeah,
game.
so knight e4, I was maybe wrong that after queen to c6 it was even worse for white.
Yeah, knight e4 looked like such a natural move, and you can't blame white for playing this. But yeah, it just ran into some pretty nasty tactics.
So Bultus improves to 2 out of 3. And I want to look at Yak versus Danny just real quick because both of these players are the team leader. They're the point leaders for these teams. They're undefeated so far.
And this is a super,
Ooh,
super sharp position.
Black forcing B3.
And obviously this came from a Nagorth, so you'd expect nothing less. And B3, yeah, black is striking first on the queen side. Typical idea for white here is to take with the C pawn and then play A3. Looks like we might see this play out.
Yes. And
I guess
now,
white just wants to keep the files closed. But black is still going to have a lot of attacking ideas. Queen
whoa.
C2. Queen C2 is the type of move you
They
play when you have some combination.
they're distracting the queen from D2 because now they can take on
Ah,
F4 with a fork.
very nice.
So yeah, awesome. Awesome tactic from Danny
It
against
took me a moment to spot that.
the
I was trying
tactician.
to figure out like rook C8, bishop B3, but very
Well,
simple take on F4.
I immediately saw E takes F4, but I saw that it was defended by the queen on D2.
Hmm.
So it made a lot of sense actually to play queen C2 check. That was the move that I missed. So props to Danny. They find it, and Yak's gonna be down a piece.
Yeah, it's possible that black was just already much better. Like, is this if white couldn't play A3 in that position, and white was already under massive, massive
Ooh.
pressure.
So apparently after A takes on B3, instead of A3, white has to play the move F5 to try to hold on there.
F5, yeah, just creating some distraction on the king side.
That's tough. A3 and now, yeah, either queen C2. It likes E takes F4 first.
Aha, and then later queen C2. There's some move order subtleties.
Oh, it likes so E takes if bishop takes back. There's still rook takes F4.
Ooh.
So if queen takes F4, then I guess uh oh, queen C2, king A1, rook takes A3.
Yeah, rook A3. This is a
Oh,
very common tactical motif.
forcing the B
BA3
pawn
and then
through.
B2.
Yeah, B2 and then queen
And
on
that's
B1 would discover double
well,
check
that's just
checkmate.
mate, right? Because the
Yeah.
bishop's still on
Or
E6.
oh, B2 is just mate in one.
Get a Rosen trophy for the pawn mate.
So okay, taking on F4 maybe a little stronger, but still completely winning for Danny. Maybe we look at Yusuf versus face to face.
Yeah, this is a game I don't think we've looked at this round.
No, not yet.
It started as a Jobava London, very quickly going into an endgame. But kind of a messy position. Like things are scattered. Black has a bishop on G2. White's pieces on the queen side are a little bit awkward looking between the bishop on B5 and now on C6. The rook on A4 I don't think serves much of a purpose here.
Probably the rook wants to come back to A3.
Rook A3 would be a very natural idea.
You get more real estate on the third rank there.
I think the point of bishop C6 is white is over defending the pawn. So the rook isn't fully tied down, and then the rook can mobilize.
Yeah, so very interesting setup we have here. This bishop on G2 kind of short on squares, especially if white can get rook A3 in. And face to
Yeah,
face is
actually
so
rook
long
A3
term.
would be threatening to trap it with rook G3 and bishop H1, rook
Okay.
G1.
So the bishop
So bishop
escapes to
H3.
H3 for the time being. Now the rook comes A3 with tempo.
I'm not sure which side I would prefer here, because on one hand, white has a bit more space with this pawn on E4 and E5, but I'm not sure if the pawns are more strong or more weak.
Yeah, and what's
And I
funny
guess
is
time will tell.
the rook on A3 now is kind of tied down to the A pawn. Although I don't know if black would take because maybe B3 can trap that piece, but it's unclear if white could get to it.
Yeah, I like the move bishop E6 here because one of white's main plans was to play rook B3, and bishop E6 just prevents that. So yeah, it's not clear what the rook will do, or like what white's plan is even. F3, just kind of waiting.
Hmm.
H6 played very quickly. Black wants to expand on the king side.
Oh, this
Now
wonders
E5
the
is
E pawn.
hanging,
Yeah, I
but
was.
H6 also hanging.
Oh,
This is
interesting.
probably a good trade for black.
I like
G5
G5.
first.
I like it a lot because now
Very patient move.
what's white gonna do? They play F4, but now black can take, and those E pawns are gonna be isolated. So
The rook
yeah.
can infiltrate. You still have to be careful as black, because now still rook b3 and like b6 is very weak. Okay, rook
Rook
d3.
D3 trying to trade rooks.
And
Ah,
still
this
anyone's game.
this undoubles or unisolates the E pawns.
White has 3 center pawns now.
Oh,
Material's still equal.
Danny won their game, so they're 3 for 3
Wow.
as a fourth board. Maybe they're not actually the fourth board. Oh, we blundered B2,
Hot streak.
but we can take
b2
on.
falling, but b6 also about to fall. a4 very timely move.
Can C4
c4 is a
defends
nice defensive resource.
B6. So face to face up a pawn. Very
4
low on
pawns for
time.
black.
10 seconds. And this is a huge game. If Illinois wins, they take a 2-point lead going into the
Ooh,
fourth and final
excuse
round.
me. I know this position is nothing to sneeze at.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's still like very much a toss up here. Like not easy for black to win.
And if Yusuf can hold a draw, then Illinois is going to hold on to a 1-point lead going into the final round.
But black has the upper hand because white pawns are a little bit stuck on the light squares.
Whoa.
b5 though.
Bishop takes.
We're gonna see a pawn race.
Bishop takes. Oh.
Or not.
So black has the passed E pawn. I feel like maybe there were some opportunities missed somewhere. Is the A pawn going to fall? Oh, maybe
The
the
a pawn's
E.
a long-term weakness. But the pawn is also a bit stuck, and white's king is like fully optimized.
Bishop
Bishop
check?
e8 check. And the black king can't really enter on the king side.
The king needs to go for the A pawn.
King wants to come in via
Man.
like c5 and b4.
Oh, king D4 now? Oh my god, 1 second for Yusuf. Either player could flag. 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's 3 result games still with
1
the time
second. Move.
situation.
2.3 seconds.
2.3.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, the pawn finally advances.
2.1.
2.1.
Yusuf's got to speed
Oh
up.
no.
Oh, and it's
no.
face to face that
Oh
flagged.
yes for white though.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. I mean, it's tricky final position though, because the a pawn is falling, and then white will have the outside passer.
The computer says king d6 and black has a good advantage. It's crazy.
Ah, king d6. Yeah, king d6 would have been.
But that's
It's a
still
natural
wild.
looking move, but not easy to play in a couple seconds.
So Yusuf wins a huge match there for Illinois, and they're up 2 points going into the fourth and final round. That was
super clutch.
more or less an even position, but in the time pressure, either side could have fallen, and we saw Yusuf get down to the last 0.1 second making a move, and that's enough time to hold on for the win. Illinois, they only need 1.5 points here in the final round. France needs 3 to force overtime and 3.5 or more for a win. So they're in a tough spot.
Okay, still some fight left for both teams. I see the final games are getting underway.
Actually, yeah, I'm looking at Danny versus Alexis. We have one player who's 3 for 3, and Danny, and the other player that's 0 for 3. So Alexis, if they're to get any points in this match, now would be the time. It's asking for a lot.
Yeah, I'm already liking the opening from Danny. Just very solid setup. Black is left with a really passive bishop on c8. I've experienced this before from the black side, and these are not easy positions to play. With that said, though, I do like black's last move, knight h5, just forcing the trade of bishops. And yeah, still slight edge to white, but the game goes on.
Have we seen any French defenses yet, Eric, from the French team?
I was thinking that. I don't think so.
Yeah, we saw
Saw a few
E4.
grobs. Some E4, some London,
We have a
a few
Roy
Scandies.
Lopez with Ryan and face to face. Where face to face just grabbed E5. Um, gives up the bishop, but yeah, they're up a pawn, no?
Yeah, some sort of like weird gambit from black. I mean, this is a motif sometimes in the Spanish where you sack the pawn for the bishop pair, but I think in this specific line, I don't see so much compensation for black,
So
especially white's just keeping the center pawns.
Ryan should likely go bishop to B7 to develop that bishop.
Yeah, ideally black would like to get the bishops kind of staring down at the white king side. But white can be very solid with like eventually d3 and although I guess do you allow bishop takes d5?
And
Okay,
what's the
white's
point
allowing it.
of bishop takes D5? You just
It's to try and create a weakness
try to get the pawn
to
back.
later win back the pawn. Yeah, like bishop d5, queen f6. But it doesn't look so great for black. The white has bishop d2 and later c4.
Yeah, so that's looking somewhat good for face to face. How are the board ones doing? Looks like they traded off queens already.
Yeah, that came from some Scandinavian, much quieter position. This could be a long positional grind.
Mm.
On the surface, I do like white in this position, just with a bit more initiative, more central control.
Mm-hmm.
White was hoping for bishop takes e5 after pawn takes e5, and then white would invade the d6 square. So bishop e7 is very logical.
And then we haven't looked at Mbafna versus Yak. So
Yeah, this
here
is
just
a
castled.
closed Sicilian. Yeah, this is an opening I occasionally play from the white side. And I think it's a nice choice in blitz and get a setup that's generally easy to figure out what to do. But I like the last move from black, bishop a6, just targeting the d3 pawn. And there's not too many ways to defend it. I
And
mean, white
knight
should
f2.
probably play knight f2 here.
You could also go c4. Or could you go d4?
And
Is
just
that a
sack the
thing?
exchange and go crazy. I don't think we'll see d4. c4, it's very committal because white just weakens
Yeah,
the dark squares, even though the bishop's cut off
they played it.
on a6.
Hmm.
Yeah, c4. I mean, the benefit of c4 is like eventually white can bring the knight to d5. Like it's both sides who have a very weak spot in the center.
It's mutual.
It's still very playable. Yeah, some
Yeah.
mutual weakness.
So now knight d5. Right? Or okay. There's knight
Okay,
d5.
allowing bishop takes d5, and then the structure will transform a little bit.
Bishop takes. How would you take with the e pawn?
Yeah, first impression, I think with e-pawn, because it's nice to open the e-file. Also get the e4 square for later for rook or bishop. I think I would still prefer white slightly here. With the bishop pair.
So
Also
black
with the open
takes.
f-file too.
Yeah, the rooks on e and f are gonna be nice for white.
But black is still very solid. Even though white has a little bit more space, black can put a rook or two on the e-file. And the knight always covers f7, so it's hard for white to actually make any immediate progress.
They're going rook d1, which is peculiar. I don't think we want to play d4 because pawn takes. If queen takes, black has this nice tactic. Knight f3 check, discovery on the queen.
Yeah, d4 is not a move you want to play with the bishop kind of staring down from g7.
Also, it does hang c4 as well. So rook d1 was kind of a peculiar move.
Yeah, it might result in a loss of tempo, but it's a more closed position, so loss of tempo maybe isn't super meaningful.
I see why now. They want the rook to defend d3 because they want to trade off dark square bishop. So if bishop takes h6, queen takes h6, there would have been knight d3, I guess.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, like whether it makes sense for white to trade off the dark square bishops. Because dark square bishop is one of black's best pieces. The problem is, as white, you're kind of leaving yourself with a bad bishop on g2 against a really strong knight.
Every single pawn white has is on a light square.
Yep. Yeah, this bishop on g2, it's really hard to find a purpose in the position. So as white, I'd probably just move the bishop back, keep the dark square bishop on the board. It's very common when you have the bishop pair. You don't want to trade off a bishop unless it's for a very good reason.
Ooh, g5.
g5. The first pawn landing on the dark square for white.
Yes, the beginning of a transition. We'll see.
It's a very confrontational move. I mean, white's trapping in its own bishop.
Yeah,
but
so
at the same time,
it's a good bishop.
This bishop on h6 is now just completely restricting the king. That's the question: can white actually use it to attack on the king side?
Can we go like rook f4?
Yeah, just create the gun. Rook f4, queen f2.
Double, triple, even. Yeah. That also
there's
helps.
Also, I was gonna say there's also h4 and then eventually bishop h3.
Oh.
And maybe this is a purpose of light square bishop, is to reposition along the h3 c8 diagonal. Someday maybe sacrifice on e6.
There is h4, but this gives up the g4 square.
It does, yeah. It's gonna get a little bit messy here. But at the very least, white does have a clear plan, which is, it's nice in blitz when you kind of have a clear sense of where your pieces should go. Like the next 4 or 5 moves are very natural for white. Just triple up on the f file, king h2, bishop h3. Now it's a question if black can cause some havoc on the king side.
I kind of want to look at maybe face to face versus Ryan. I feel like white's really trying to mount an attack here.
Yeah, face to face, getting in black's face.
Oh,
like
we have result.
G4, G5 is a move.
Danny beat Alexis. So Danny goes for the sweep, 4 for 4, and now France is in a must-win out situation. So, unfortunate
game
for Alexis. They go down, and yeah, knight e7 is a nice finish. All right, so back to face. He's bringing the queen in. Is there a threat?
I'm not sure if there's an immediate threat. Like h6 is covered by the bishop on f8. Black just going pawn grabbing. Not sure if c2 was a tasty snack or just complete poison.
Oh, a
rook
sacrifice.
h6.
I think wanting to follow with knight f6. I was wondering if we could
Getting
knight
two
f6
different mates
first.
in one.
So now knight takes f6, threatening queen g8 and queen h7.
And how does black defend? I think, yeah, the only move is queen takes f6, not to lose immediately.
I don't see anything else.
So very key win for white.
Although it's not over yet.
Yeah, queen f6, bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
You never resign when you have a knight. Play rook g8. Rook g8 would have set up bishop d4.
True.
There's still rook g8 ideas.
Okay. So black wants to play f6.
F6 is going
Logical.
to be lights out if black allows it. It's hard to stop too.
Okay. f6 now. There you have it. And now bishop takes h6, or maybe even f7.
Everything's crumbling.
Bishop takes. Yeah, that's gonna be game over. So face to face is gonna win this one against Ryan. There's one or two more spite checks, perhaps, but no time. So that's
Okay, so
another
coming down to the
point.
final two games.
Yusuf less than 10 seconds, and we've seen them play in time pressure before. Pawn check, that gives up the D pawn. That gets
Pawns
back
are
the C
falling left
pawn.
and right.
The B pawn is hanging. The E
And
pawn is
center.
hanging. The rook on A2 is hanging.
Now keep in mind, black just needs a draw for the U of I team to secure the win for the match.
Yes, and looks like black might be pushing for.
But be careful, don't play king a4 and get mated. Although this is already winning for white.
Oh, you can take on c4.
Rook c2.
You lose. Okay, rook c2. You lose.
Oh,
the
but
rook.
king d4.
Oh, king d4
King
wins the
d4 with
move
the counterattack.
back, and now black has the pass b pawn.
So clutch.
Oh.
It's only black who can play for a win, and this looks completely winning for black now.
And he's got more than enough time with 7. He just needs 0.1 second on his clock. We've seen him win before. King up to g3. Oh my god, do you play king h2? Oh my goodness, he's in. Is this king? This king is so safe using
full
white's
invasion.
pawns.
At some point, white should be in zugzwang. Although it is a question, how does black win this?
Oh my god, the king's in
Is this
tomb.
a draw? This might be a draw.
This is insane.
That's all black needs. I wonder if he's aware of the team situation.
The king came to h2. Oh, but now the king gets out.
Yeah, the
Was
king
white in
can.
zugzwang? I think white was in zugzwang.
White was stuck. Yeah, the rook can never move.
Okay, so black gets out.
As black, you can always spend a tempo moving the rook. Just don't flag.
Yak, the
Wait, rook
tactician.
e3, there's rook b2.
Bafna. Oh.
Wait, this is kind of scary now for black. Don't get mated. Okay, rook a2 should.
So white's in a must-win situation. A draw wins for Illinois. For black. But black's very low on time. If white could flag
Less than 5 seconds.
Oh, there goes. We have rook
Don't
f2
flag.
and rook g2.
Okay, now it should be pretty
You
straightforward.
just take the f pawn. You're up a pawn. You should be winning the h pawn as well.
I'm making it close though.
Stalemate tricks don't work either. Unfortunately, for white. White's got to win on time or something.
Black's been gaining time the last few moves.
Oh,
Forcing the rook
nice check.
Okay. Yeah,
This
now
should
even
do
if
it.
black flags, it's insufficient mating material.
It's gonna be a draw anyways. So that's gonna win the match for Illinois. Down to the last game here. Even with the stalemate, this is good enough for Illinois to win. So congratulations to your home team. They're winning $1,000, beating France.
Yeah, some clutch finish, and yeah, we didn't see the other game, but black had to not lose this game, and did just that.
So Yusuf, top board, goes 3 out of 4, and that's good enough to win the match for Illinois 9-7. So congrats again to the Illinois team winning the Division 4 championship, as well as $1,000. And France is going to go home still with second place, which is $500. So congrats to them as well on an awesome season. But yeah, we have another match coming up in just a minute or two here. We have Baylor C versus Boston University D in Division 13 finals. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break and we will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Joe. I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and I'm joined by International Master Eric Rosen. And today we're covering the Division 13 Finals championship match between Baylor C and Boston University D. Do you know anything about these two schools, Eric, or is this the first time you've
This
seen
is
them?
all new for me. No,
Yeah.
I can't say I've attended either school, unlike the previous match. But I'm excited for this one. Of course, this is a lower division, so it's going to be maybe more blunders and more excitement than what we're used to. But yeah, it should be fun to commentate.
Yeah, so these players, they're roughly a team average of 1,000. So far we've only been watching D1 through D4, I think, and so this is going to be some very fun and exciting chess. I see already in the Dashing Bird versus we have another Yusuf in this one. Maybe missing a tactic with Queen A4 check. um,
Ooh. Well, Queen A4, there was Knight C6.
mm, yes.
But pieces are flying everywhere. Black played like a cool gambit type line. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but uh, yeah, getting a really active queen. And white actually has two things attacked here: the bishop on b5 and the pawn on e5.
Yeah,
So it
maybe
looks like
bishop
black
e2.
is actually doing quite well.
There is also e6 maybe hanging, but yeah, if the queen takes on e5, that's gonna defend the e pawn. So looking
Yeah,
good
I
so
don't think
far.
it's worth it to take on e6 just because there's no follow up. Although we might see it. Okay, bishop c4
Ooh.
going after the e6 pawn.
But now e5 falls with check. Yusuf is the top board for Boston, and he's also one of their team captains. So he's a leader in more than one way, and we see he's defending the e pawn, so he goes backwards, allowing white to get castled.
And it's an interesting situation here because black's up a pawn temporarily, but white actually has a lot of compensation, especially with the pawn in e6 and black not castled. But black doesn't care, just going for the instant kingside attack, knight
Knight
g4.
g4, yeah,
I like
going
this
after
move actually.
h2.
Because how
So
does white defend?
white would love to have a discovery with the bishop and the rook, but you got to deal with h2 first. So probably you need g3.
G3, f4 maybe also is playable. But
G3
now
played.
queen h5 and
Queen
black
h
can still like keep poking and prodding
Queen
at the
h5,
kingside.
h4, and then is there going to be
H4,
a
yeah.
bishop sack on h4?
That would be super cool. I don't think it works for black, but I wouldn't mind seeing it. I think more reasonable after queen h5, h4, there's knight e5. Trying to trade off
Ooh.
on c4, but also threatening knight f3. The light squares are very weak on white's king side.
Knight f3 is a strong move, not only forking the king and the rook on e1, but also attacking h2. Or no, not if white plays h4 right now. So h4 kind of like an only move right now.
Unless white wants to sack the h-pawn. It's not a mate threat. It's just a check. I'm wondering if white can actually, take on e6, but no, it was probably too risky.
Yeah, if you take with the e pawn, maybe you're leaving your back rank open and losing your other rook. And if you take with the
Mhm.
f pawn, well, you're opening the f file, which also isn't good if your king's on f1. Um, so h4 is just played, and
By the way,
now
I'm taking a look at the other games. The other two games are like very quiet positional games, very professional. So I'm glad we've picked a very fiery game
oh,
to start with.
well, you say that, but Vorticity's game with Dragon Force. Oh, there's queens
Oh, it's
hanging
getting
for both
exciting.
players. Oh my god. Queen b6. Queen takes
Neither
b6 and
player
queen
saw
takes
the
f2.
queens on the diagonal. Ooh. Will black see it though?
Is black gonna take the queen or no? Watch them take
Taking
on
time
b2.
here.
Queen
Yeah,
takes
don't take the
b2,
b2 pawn.
and then
Yeah, you
queen
gotta
takes
see this
b7.
triangle. That would be hilarious if queen b2, queen b7 is played.
And then
This
like
is the
rook.
concept of board vision. You really got to see the whole board, how each side is connected with other side.
Oh my goodness.
Rook b8 defending b7, and
No,
now
queen
white sees
takes
it.
f2. Okay.
Okay.
But now the b2 pawn is hanging. Open up the e file. Wow, what a game here.
So it's still
Queens.
anyone's game. Like black's probably a little bit better.
That's so
Could have been
funny.
a lot of bit better.
Yes, positional. Oh no, my queen. So
Positional or blunderful, not sure. Not sure which
either
one
way you
there.
look at it. So white's getting active on the e file. Black's taking on the b file.
Yeah, both sides here probably want to infiltrate the other one's second rank.
Yes.
So a typical move is rook e7, and white would love to then get the other rook to f7. But meanwhile, black is ready to play rook f8 and rook f2.
Yeah. So black is a step ahead. They already have a rook on the second. White maybe going in the wrong direction here with a4. Got to go for the rook activity.
Yeah, there's cases where you prioritize the activity over, or activity of the rooks over pawns. Like even in the endgame. But okay, black is hungry for the a pawn. Can't blame him there.
It's a juicy pawn right there, up for grabs. And white.
I like the move c4. One intention was to try and open the d file, but also here they're trading pawns, so assuming the trade on d5 happens.
Ooh,
Oh, rook a5, very nice move.
pinning. Ah, we have a
I actually
result.
missed rook a5.
Yusuf goes down. So
White's compensation was a bit too strong in that game.
all right, so let's see. Yes. Tripling and bringing the knight in. Very nice from Dashing Bird. Very solid win there. Taking down the top board. So Baylor's looking to start off the scoring, and they're looking good with the board 4 upset over board 1. I see. I don't know. Should we look at Roheen versus Fire Jarv before we go back?
Sure. Yeah, this has been, I think, probably the highest quality game of the round. As far as I can see, there have not been any obvious blunders. And now the position's getting a bit more imbalanced. It's a bit more active for white. d6 is a clear target. Bishop on f5 is actually really nicely placed.
Yeah, because if black tries to kick it out, that's going to leave the knight on f6 hanging.
So okay, so bishop trades on e6 for the knight. Not actually sure which side I would prefer. I mean, white still looks nice, but black has some more center pawns. A move like e5 and later d5, if black can achieve it.
I wanted to play e5 on the last move, but I think black had d5, pinning the pawn to the queen. But white goes rook f1
nice resource.
instead. Black takes the rook off the d file, so that gives up the d pawn.
Yeah, d pawn was a very costly pawn to lose.
Yeah,
now c6 and e6 are very, very weak.
Yeah, that was the heart of black's pawn structure.
Yeah, but even when you lose your heart, you can still have some life left.
That's deep.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the analogy makes complete sense there.
I'm trying to figure out how. So, okay, queen check, king h1, and now the knight's coming in, but that blunders the knight. Yeah, queen e6.
It was the right idea, just black should have defended the e6 pawn first with a move like rook a e8.
And Dragon Force ended up winning their game.
Oh. Oh, wow. That finished quickly.
Yeah, so we had this rook and pawn in game where the passed b pawn was enough for black. So yeah, the
Wow.
extra pawn was all they needed. So
A nice conversion.
all right, so the top board wins for Baylor. They're up to 2-0. I actually don't know if we saw the game from, is it Drew?
Yeah, I didn't see the top game played. Not sure if they started late.
Roheen is playing Fire Jar. Maybe we're missing Thin Win. Yeah. So maybe Baylor's missing a player.
Okay, so as we've seen in previous matches, it's still not over even if you're missing a single player. And maybe they can
Yes.
still appear before the match is completely over.
So Roheen here is up a whole night. Trying to trade down.
Yeah, as white, you just want to simplify here. And have plenty of time. Black avoiding the queen trade. But another strategy for white is just to go for the attack, like with extra knights. There's more ammunition to attack with. Move like queen f7, knight h5. Really try and target the g7 pawn.
All right, so I think G7, like you said, is a major weakness, and Fire Jar is also low on time. Just bring the knight in to like H5 or F5.
Yeah, it's going to force rook g8. And then after rook g8, a move like knight e7. Black is still surviving, though. Black can also consider a move like queen c3 or queen b2.
Queen G6 also. Maybe threatening knight
Queen g6 with a threat of
H6.
knight h6.
But maybe black can take on E4.
But then queen e4, yeah. As white, you have to be careful not to lose too many pawns. Another very simple idea is just to play e5. Just push the e pawn. It's a pass pawn.
There's
Okay,
also
knight e7.
this.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to imagine like knight g6, king h7. There's knight f8. White can dance around with the knight a little bit.
Just a matter of time.
Gotta be careful though, not to spend too much time and then panic if
Trying
you
to close this out.
fall below like 20 seconds.
Maybe black takes on B3. No.
We're gonna see
Oh,
another
he's trying to
situation
trade
where
out
both queens are
queens.
hanging. Queen
Yeah.
c4, okay, just trying to simplify.
Okay.
But this is gonna prolong the game. Because rook
Yes.
a8 and this a pawn is a nuisance for white.
So the knight's coming around.
Yeah, knight can maneuver. Maybe white can start with rook a3,
Ooh, rook B6 is a fork.
but
No,
that's also
rook
quite
takes.
nice.
Yep, trading down is gonna be even
So
more
one
helpful.
tip, I've seen this in a couple of games already, is when you're in a worse endgame or just down material in endgame, and you have a rook, you usually don't want to trade off your final rook.
Yeah.
The best way to fight on is to keep your last rook on the board. It creates opportunities for like still matrix later,
Tricks.
and yeah, it just creates more counterplay.
Yeah, so trading off, not a good recipe for success. But also being down a knight is also
Although white has to be careful. There was king f5 there.
king f5. Was that?
King f5 would have probably won the g pawn. It's still winning for white.
You could lose the knight and still be good here.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, all white has to do is win the g pawn, keep the knight on the board.
That should about do it.
Yep.
There's always stalemate tricks. The king's gonna
Just
try to come
don't
back.
push the G pawn too soon.
So giving up the
It's
knight.
getting tricky.
Oh, didn't take the knight. That's
If
gonna
knight
help
were
white.
taken, it was still winning for white.
Yeah, but I've seen a lot of. Oh, we might. Okay, so pawn
You got to
check,
be really
king
careful.
g8, and now knight to
Knight
e7
anywhere.
check, and now promote. Yes.
Promote. Yeah.
All right.
There
We
we
could still
go.
see a stalemate. um. So I give full credit to Firejar for playing on in this position.
Yeah, you got to make him work for it.
Okay, so now we have the queen cutting
Queen
the king
b4,
off, and now
good
bringing the king in.
technique. It's a situation white could multi pre-move until checkmate, but this works
Oh,
too.
oh,
Just don't mouse
queen
up queen
b6.
b6.
Okay,
Okay.
so Roheen gets on the board. That's a big point for Boston. And now we have a round 2 game underway with Thin Nguyen versus Zach Harper on board 4 for Baylor.
Yeah, they're already like deep into the end game. Even though the last game of round 1 just finished.
Yeah, so they started this one early.
White's up a pawn?
Oh. So black could take on b2, but then lose a7. So white has the advantage with the outside pass pawn.
This is such a typical endgame. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this at like all levels of play, from Super GM to sub 1,000 level. And it's usually 50-50. Like I've seen many times where black holds a draw, and other times where white can convert.
So in some of the lower divisions, I've seen some of the most drastic swings.
Have you seen black win positions like this?
I've seen black win positions like this where they're down 3 pawns. And an active rook just dominates all the pawns and gets them back. So I do want to say that white is definitely the side pressing. But yeah, I like g3 a lot to get the king up to g2.
So to provide some instructional value, one of the winning plans for white is to set up the structure f2, g3, h4. You put your pawns along the diagonal so it's difficult for the opponent to capture them. And then the eventual winning plan is to like put the king on e3, okay, starting with king e3, and then walk the king all the way to a7. And it's good that white has kept the pawn on a6. But this is interesting because black has given white the chance to take on f7, which, yeah, you don't want to trade f7 for a6 as white.
So now the king can come into g4, right?
Yeah, this is actually a little bit risky for white. If white walks the king all the way over to the queen side, and black just starts winning the king side pawns with his own king, it could backfire. And that's one way black could end up winning this game.
Okay, so the king's going to go after the h pawn.
Yeah, this is actually a 3 result game now. Like there are chances for black to win. Because h2 is just impossible to defend. And you can't even bail out with rook g7 because rook g7, there's rook takes a6 defending g6.
Ooh. So trying to get the pawn to a7 and doing so. And now going for the g pawn.
Okay, rook g8 is a bailout move. I think rook g8 was probably called for, but now it's black playing for a win.
Okay, yeah, black's going to win the g
Rook
pawn.
g3.
Taking, and now the h pawn's good to go. So
yeah, okay.
There you have it.
Black winning. You're getting a winning position from
that's so close.
Down the pawn.
That literally forces the pawn to push. That's so sad.
Complete zugzwang.
And now black.
Don't move the king as black. There's 3 different ways to stalemate. All the king moves to the 4th rank are stalemate.
Ooh. Okay, queen here.
Very precise. Don't play queen g7.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a safe move. Now walk the king around. feel like we're gonna see this a decent amount in this match. The king and
Yes,
queen mate.
lots of king and queen practice.
Tough
So
game.
dashing bird goes 2 for 2. And we do have some
Great
other
comeback
moves.
from black there.
Yeah, from down a pawn, active king, and yeah, hopefully white will watch back and see your advice, putting the pawn up and not letting the king get in to g4. So active kings are huge in the endgame.
Yeah, another case where we see activity be more valuable than material.
All right, so I see an opposite side castles game in Dragon Force versus Rohini.
Yeah,
Um,
this came from some sort of Karo Khan. They get this very typical Karo Khan structure where things can get sharp very quickly. They just entered the middle game, but white has some very vicious ideas of eventually moving the knight away from g3, like knight e4 and then g4, g5 is a very typical attacking motif.
is black threatening to take on e5 right now? I think that does prevent white from knight e4 maybe for a little bit. Knight c4
Yeah,
though.
well, it's white's move.
Knight c4 wins
Knight
a
c4
piece.
wins material, yeah. The queen and bishop
Ooh,
are both targets.
they find it.
White finds it. And this could spiral downward very quickly for black. The queen is short on squares. Don't want to play queen c7, allowing bishop d6 with...
Oh,
Oop! I may have jinxed it.
bishop takes now as a fork.
Yeah, white's winning the bishop, and then exchange
So
will
that's
be
going to
up
be
a
a whole
full rook.
rook. Yeah, that's great for Dragon Force.
I'm quickly seeing the fire jar of game. But that
Oh,
one's even more over.
we had a
Black
rook
up a full rook
lost.
there. Cleaning up the pawns.
Yeah, bishop to c5, missing the rook on a7, so should be simple enough for Vorticity. But like we said before, we've seen some comebacks.
You never know,
There's
yeah.
some
Especially in Blitz at this level, the evaluations can swing. We should probably stay on the Dragon Force game. Because queens are still on the board. Black is thrust to
Whoa.
the B pawn.
Could after bishop takes, didn't black have take on c4 intermezzo first?
Oh, that's a very good point. Yeah, BC4 would have,
We've gotten some material back.
yeah, would have led to black just being down in exchange.
Man, so they missed that in betweener. Sometimes you're just on autopilot and you make the the take back.
Automatic recapture. Yeah, it's especially important in Blitz to be aware of these moments where you can throw in the in-between move.
You think white might try to go in queen h7? Maybe.
Hopefully not right now. Maybe later when the knight's not on f6. As white, I'd probably start with f4 and then g5, and eventually queen h7.
But yeah, Rohini has a lot more time. If you could trade 2 minutes. Oh, queen h7 there.
White played knight c2 really, really quickly,
Yeah, they're trying to come back on time, it
going
seems.
after the a3 pawn.
Okay, knight b4 maybe is a move.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to play.
There it
Knight
is.
b4 is nice.
And now there's queen e4. Yep.
Just
Going after the
targeting
pawn.
c6.
Oh,
Now
there goes the
c6
pawn.
falls.
Yep.
If queens are traded, then it becomes even simpler for white.
So gotta keep the queens
So
on,
as
huh?
black, you know what I would do? I'd play queen b8 and look to go into h2 and then to b2.
Oh,
Should be black's main idea. Just teleport the queen to b2.
teleport. And
Queen c7 here.
white's
Queen
main idea.
c7, queen h2. That also hits a c3 pawn.
Ooh, queen c7. And they find it.
Nice.
So black's playing for some tricks. They got some hope.
Got this alpha 0 pawn on a3. White could just take the a3 pawn and
Yeah,
be completely fine.
Okay, so they do, but
There was
it
there
costs a
was
couple
knight d5
pawns.
there for a moment. White's queen is aligned with the black king. Nice
Ooh,
discoveries there.
knight d5. That would have been sharp.
Okay, the queen is still alive
Didn't
and
take on
really traveling the board.
d4, but now attacking f3. I wonder if
Mm,
black could get like all the pawns.
okay, white found the
Oh,
discovery.
the discovery, and now the rook is hit.
Now it's very important, don't pre-move knight d8, because there was b4
Yeah,
there.
b4, I would have
I probably
tried.
would have thrown in b4 if I were
Oh,
black.
for sure. And now down two whole rooks. All right,
But
I
can white
think
make use of the two rooks?
we did see Vorticity close out their game, so they get their first point.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, it's maybe a few spite checks for black. Rook c2 is the simplest here.
rook c2 found, and maybe I would play d4, hoping for a queen blunder.
Oh, d4 is actually really sneaky. It's so easy to miss that.
Like, what else can you try for, at this point? Ooh,
Actually, trying for knight d3 as well, or knight e3
white
with
missed
the
mate in
rook fork.
one with queen h8.
Oh, good point. Yeah. I mean, white
Actually,
has 10 seconds left,
yeah,
though.
Rohit could flag. They
Knight
could flag
d3,
d4.
forking the rooks. Oh, but rook
You can't
e1.
take. Yeah, rook
The
e1's
pin is
nice.
mightier than the fork. Day 2.
So yesterday it was the fork mightier than the pen. Okay,
That's true.
now that loses the queen.
Oh,
Oh, the queen's not taken.
it's not easy to play with the time
Take the
situation.
pawn,
Pawn
yes.
falls. That was a key pawn,
And
too.
now there's checks still.
Now, you would imagine the
Wait,
two
that's a
rooks
fork.
are
The knight's
still
hanging.
enough.
Take the knight.
So
No,
many
they
things
drew the
hanging.
queen. Oh, but the queen was pinned. Oh. Okay, there's a knight fork, but you lose your last knight. Your last
Yeah,
knight.
the bad thing about being down
So
two rooks
there's another knight
is that
fork.
when you win the exchange, you're still down a ton of material.
Oh no. How many times
So
can the knight fork all the
I'm
things?
black is playing wisely, just trying to keep the knight on the board,
The knight's hanging.
even though the knight's been hanging for a bit.
Oh man.
Okay, pawns are being pushed.
Yeah, a6. Oh, giving up the
I need
other
knight
rook.
a6 first.
I love it. Rook a2.
Okay, the queen about to be reborn. The g pawn just a little bit too slow.
There goes one. There goes the last knight. So
One
now
rook
stalemate.
lost.
Stalemate
Be careful
tricks.
though.
King h5. Nope.
I mean, black has a couple pawns, so like as
Yeah.
black, you want to lose both pawns and then pray for stalemate.
We want to put a king in front of our h pawn, which would have helped eliminate some pawn moves.
Right.
So now push the h pawn. Yep. Oh.
I mean, we're about to see the
Oh,
ladder
ladder
mates,
mate's
and there's
coming.
nothing black can do to stop it. Rook
Yeah,
d5,
that's all a
pre-move
check.
those out.
So forced mate.
Hikaru style. Good
We have
game. Good
resignation.
fight.
So Dragon Force getting their second point.
Winning after 69 moves.
Ooh,
That
nice.
could have ended a long time ago, but yeah, good fight to the black player, keeping the game going despite the deficit.
In a multi-round match, sometimes it's good to draw out the game as much as possible. Wear the opponent down, soften them up for the next round for your teammate.
Oh, definitely. In a team format, especially in these blitz games, it's not a bad idea to suck away their energy.
The king on e8 for Fire Jarv is looking so weak with these light square weaknesses. I want to move our knight and bring the queen to h5.
Yeah, very risky opening. Like black willingly played f5 on move 3 in the king's pawn opening. But with some interesting intention. Like f file's open, it leads to very imbalanced play. I really like this move, knight fd2,
Yeah.
opening up queen h5, and it's an easy threat to miss.
So black should probably trade rooks first. But it's still
Yeah,
not
rook
that
takes
easy.
f1, and or
Oh,
knight f6. Knight f6 is fine as well.
knight f6. Can we go knight e4 now?
Ooh, knight e4 is spicy.
I like it. But does it work? Knight e4,
It's an
knight takes,
idea.
queen check. Um,
Yeah, because white would force the king to move, and then rook
oh, you
f7. It
have rook
looks like it
f7.
like it would work if black takes the knight on e4.
Knight e4 is also just threatening to take on f6. Ooh, they push the pawn.
Pawn e4. It is more natural for a pawn to be on e4. Now there's other ideas for whites, like queen b3 or queen a4 or queen e1.
Yep, queen e1. That's probably what I would have played too.
Yeah, looking to transfer to g3.
Yeah, queen g3. That threatens to take the knight on f6, right? 2 pieces for a rook.
Uh,
Or no, maybe queen
there were some
takes.
back
Yeah,
rank
where
issues in that line, but
yeah.
eventually, yeah, like queen g3, and then
But now queen
now that
g3.
the rook on a1 has more scope.
Yeah, but also queen takes g4 would come with check.
Oh, that's also
Now
true.
that black has castled. Uh, but
But as white, you kind of want to attack on the queen side now. Like,
yeah,
stop focusing on the king side. We see this with b4. Preparing some possible b5. a6. It's ironic. a6 was an attempt to discourage b5, but it actually makes b5 stronger. Because
yeah,
now the b file opens for white.
it creates a hook, and
Would have been much better for black to keep the pawn back on a7.
so yeah, I like how Yusuf, the Boston captain here, is transferring their play from the attack on the king side to the attack on the queen side. And oh, after rook takes, is there like
Queen had to
queen
take.
e4? Is queen e4 a fork?
Yeah, there's a couple loose pieces for black. Queen e4, at the very least, there's knight
Knight
f6,
f6 defends
maybe even
everything.
bishop e6.
Yeah. Well, okay. What if we take first? Yeah.
And queen e4.
Rook
The thing is,
takes.
knight on d2 is the target.
Oh, queen.
Also, knight
Yeah.
on b5 was hanging.
Yeah. Everything would be hanging there. It'd be somewhat of a fair trade.
c4 was a nice move, though.
Okay. And now queen e4. There's like bishop f5. So okay, queen's
It's
going.
actually a really double-edged position.
I think the queen wants to go to a3, but black's queen covers that. Maybe rook f1.
Well, queen e3 was played, yeah, probably preparing rook f1. And as black, you would really like to get the knight to d4, but the problem is then e5 hangs. Knight d4 still might be playable. Some tactics on the d file. Knight d4 is played.
Ooh.
And now if queen takes e5, there's knight e2 check. White doesn't allow it.
Okay, queen
Now
g3.
black getting a nice pass pawn on d4. Yeah, queen has to move somewhere. g3, b3, maybe e4.
Not a3.
Definitely not a3. Yeah, I gotta see the whole board. Okay, hitting the bishop.
And with
There's a cool
check.
idea for black to play bishop e2 and then d3 and just have a really nice construction of pawn defending bishop, bishop defending pawn. Okay, we see this with h5.
And now a4.
I think d3 should be played at some point. Open up queen c5 check.
Ooh. Okay, the knight's hit.
b4.
This hits a lot of things. All the
Yeah, and the
pawns
knight
and the
is a little
knight.
bit tied down to defending c4.
Oh.
The white counterattacking.
h3, but this should be good for black. Okay, queen back.
Treating all the way.
Or bishop back. Excuse me. So this leaves the attack on the knight.
There are ways to defend the knight, like queen d3, queen g5, queen f2.
F2 here. Oh,
A4 falls. I'm not sure if A4 was a great pawn to capture though, because
this
now
this is
the bishop is
dangerous.
sort of pinned along the A
Mate one!
file.
Rook A8! Yusuf!
Yeah.
Come on, they gotta find it. There it is.
Oh no, Black's king.
Yeah.
Just as I was saying, the bishop was kind of pinned. Yeah, king b8 had to be played there. Good game.
So Yusuf gets on the
Very
board.
intense fight. I mean, it was really close up until the final move, pretty much.
Yeah, pawn grab at the end, a little costly. All right, so what's the next gun? Oh,
Couple games going this
Dragon
round.
Force versus Thin Win. Dragon Force grabs a rook on the corner.
Well, it was a nice tactic. Bishop f3 and queen e5, hitting mate and the rook
Yeah.
on a1. Move 16.
And it looks like the queen is about to get trapped, but the queen makes its way to a2.
Yeah, and queen c4 doesn't
Yeah.
look like the queen's actually trapped.
No, like even rook a1, yeah, like you said, queen c4, and lucky enough. Like if I don't know.
It's really hard to orchestrate the queen trap.
If
As
black's
white, you... What's that?
I was gonna say if black's pawn on d4 was like a knight or something, rook a1 would trap the queen.
Yeah, or
Maybe.
if there's for bug house, place a bishop on b3.
Yeah.
So rook c1 I like because at least it stops queen c4, avoids any immediate queen trade. And even though white's down a rook, there's chances to try and checkmate on g7.
Ooh,
Something like
queen
queen d4.
d4, queen d4, and
Or even like king h2, rook g1. As black, you just have to be careful of the diagonal. It's possible that f6 is coming, and there's not going to be any attack for white.
knight here, forcing
That's interesting too.
some trade. Queen b3 though. Wait,
Queen b3 is playable.
wait, can the queen just take on b2?
Oh yeah, queen b2. Good point. Forgot about queen b2. That's a free
Yeah,
bishop.
the knight was defending the bishop on a4.
And yeah, if
and
knight e4, pawn e4, the rook on c1 is hanging.
so black is
Or,
just getting even
yeah,
more.
actually queen c1 right away is check.
Queen c1 with check. And then you can
Between
take on
move.
e4.
And then be up 2 rooks.
Oh, they take here first.
This is also winning. This was my first thought.
Okay, queen takes bishop.
Now the
without
rook
pawn
is
b2.
lost.
Yeah, this
So a
works.
different way of doing it.
All right, so 2 rooks should be good enough.
We should look at the dashing bird game against Rohini. Because
Ooh.
white has achieved the glorious rooks on the 7th rank.
But the trading one.
But it's not over because black can trade off a pair of rooks and then take on e2. And white's only up a pawn.
I think better there might have been, instead of taking on a7, going to h7 and just being like super annoying. Threatening mate constantly. Ooh, and king f3. Giving up the h pawn. I think
Still winning chances for white though.
king h3 would have been a little bit better.
Not sure about king e8 there.
Yeah.
As black, you want the king on the same file as
So
a
rook
pawn, and now it's
f5.
cut off.
Rook f4. Oh, trying to
Um,
trade.
Yeah, but rook takes f3 is a draw. This is why it's so important to know king pawn endings, and black does it.
So the king gets to f5. Yep.
Yeah, when it's a pawn leading the way, this is a classic draw.
Well, I've seen people still lose these positions.
It's still possible. Yeah, just be careful not to pre-move or mouse slip or give white the tempo to promote the pawn.
We got to see the technique here.
So very important. King g8 in this position. Good.
Yeah.
And we're either gonna see stalemate,
We're
or
seeing stalemate. There it is.
yeah.
So Rohini.
Hey, the first stalemate. I think this is the first stalemate of my commentary for the Collegiate League. But this wasn't really a stalemate trap. This was just expected theoretical draw.
All right. So I have a feeling I've missed a couple results. But it's 4.5 to 3.5. that I have. Um, Let me actually double check.
Yeah, waiting for the last round to begin.
Yeah, because I do believe Baylor is like missing a player too, right? So
Yeah, I think they're missing Drew.
all right, so we have Dragon Force versus Yusuf.
Oh, are we going to see a Stafford Gambit? Stafford Gambit time! I'm
Oh,
so happy. Let's go. How well will Black know it? Don't disappoint me.
lots of pressure now.
Yeah, we didn't see any Staffords in the higher divisions. Maybe for
That's weird.
some
You
more
you would
strange
expect,
reasons.
yeah, you would expect the Stafford to do.
Oh no,
Whoa,
knight takes
Knight takes
e4. I think Black
e4.
got confused. You're only supposed to take on e4 if Black or if White plays bishop g5.
Oh no.
Yeah, the move to play was h5 to prepare knight g4 and not sacrifice a piece or blunder a piece.
Yeah,
I mean, the thing is,
sometimes
Black can still attack. Like queen h4 hits f2 and e4. So maybe we're gonna see some like new emerging theory.
new theory in the Stafford. Okay, going for f2.
Okay.
The fans in the chat really like that one.
Yeah, but I see some oh no's as well. Okay, castling kingside. I'm being down a piece here. Black has to go all out on the king side with attack. Um, it's not easy to do.
All right, I'm gonna be updating these scores. So
Cool. We'll keep an eye on this game because White's still underdeveloped. Like, so the one nice thing for Black, the queenside pieces for White have not yet entered the game. Pawn c3. Pawn c3. It's a very safe move. I was blocking the diagonal, so White could more easily develop the dark square bishop, not lose a b2 pawn. Okay, so now we see queen h4. Was probably a reason to play queen h4 initially. This hits the pawn on e4, but also prepares bishop to d6, hitting the pawn on h2. It also stops White from developing. Like White would like to usually play bishop f4. Knight d2 play. This is actually a really nice move. Preparing knight f3 and defending everything. Also defending e4 currently.
so the Stafford not starting off too hot, but not giving up quite yet.
I mean, it's normal for Black to be objectively worse in the Stafford, but a position like this where you're down a piece
Down a piece.
and there's not any clear compensation, my expectations aren't super high, but again, one of the points of the Stafford, you give your opponent a false sense of confidence because they
Exactly.
think that they're winning a pawn. In this case, they want a full
Winning a
piece,
piece.
and then you have to strike when they're least expecting it.
So still according to plan here.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right, so I do see we have all three games having started.
Fire Jar just getting underway.
Yep. Baylor is still missing their players, so I think that should be a free point for Boston, which puts them at 7.5. They only need 1 point out of these last three games. If Baylor wins all three games, they could win, but
It's a
they're
lot to
looking
ask
good
for
Dragon Force already. Oh, we had a result on board 4. Vorticity wins that one. So
Oh wow, that finished
that was really
quickly.
quick. Yeah.
Wow.
That should be the match.
Back rank.
Ooh, so they trade off
And
a lot.
yeah, just pieces flew off the board, and at the very end, there was a moment the Black King had to move to E8 rather than G8.
Mm-hmm.
It was still losing for Black, but there is still some fight left.
Yeah, back ranks. So Dashing Bird goes down. And yeah, like I said, unless Drew from Baylor shows up in the next like 10 minutes, that should be the match. So, and yeah, for those of you guys wondering, Boston is the number 3rd seed. They took down my alma mater, the number 7 seed, UCLA's E team, 9-7 in the semifinals to get here. And Baylor is the 4th seed. They took down one of the schools from India in overtime, 11-8. And that team was the number 1 seed as well. So with this win, Boston gets first place in Division 13, which is a $100 prize. Baylor, they don't take home any cash, but they will get some diamond memberships from chess.com. Which is nice. They're year-long diamond memberships, so
Ooh, that is nice. Yeah, I
yeah.
get full access to the premium video library, unlimited puzzle rush.
So that should be pretty long. Actually, is Yusuf bringing it back?
Yeah, I was about to say this game's not over.
They lifted the rook
And you
then
know what
took on
might
F2.
happen is checkmate. Stafford Gambit too strong.
Oh, the Stafford.
No one was expecting that. After sagging a
Queen
piece
takes and then rook h6
on move 6.
So White needed to give
What
the
a game.
exchange back on F2. But the Stafford strikes.
Yeah, White let
down
their
a
guard
piece.
down. I mean, White was probably really happy to have traded queens, but rook h6, it's an easy move to miss.
Yeah, and the knight on d2 just blocking that bishop. So the Stafford
Good game to Dragon
delivers.
Force, or good game to Yusuf.
Down a piece in the Stafford, but it's just too strong. I think if Eric Rosen's watching the Stafford Gambit unfold live, that's got to be like a rating buff, like at least plus 100 rating elo in strength.
I mean, yeah, there's more motivation to meet my expectations.
Drew Jerkshin.
Oh,
Drew
the
has
wild
arrived.
Drew appears out of nowhere.
But I think it's a little too late. But they have arrived in the final moments of the match.
But does this change anything or no?
No, so Boston's able to claim forfeit wins
It's
on
so
the first 3 rounds.
Drew
can play out the 4th round, and looks like we're about to see that. But again, Baylor's down too much at this point. I think if Yusuf lost and Dragon Force won, we would have a match on our hands. It would be 6.5 to 7.5.
Yeah,
with 2 games left.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Stafford's just a little bit too strong.
Stafford was too OP. So yeah, essentially, Boston waited to the very last round to play the Stafford, and then that's when they won it. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. Also, I see Black is up a queen here in this game. What happened?
Ooh.
So we had a Scandi.
Let me find that game.
This is
Fire Jar.
Yep.
Yeah, this was another gambit actually. This is called the Blackburn Kloosterboer Gambit.
Kloosterboer.
Which
I've never heard of.
This is what chess.com calls it.
It's just it's a made up. Wait, I didn't see Queen F3. Oh my goodness.
Queen F3 attacking F7 and also the bishop on C6. Yeah, queens are generally not great at attacking bishops along the diagonal.
Yeah.
Queens much prefer attacking bishops along ranks or files.
So, queen for bishop. And yeah, it doesn't look too hot. So
a lot of coming back to do for White here.
Boston's looking to sweep the 4th round, actually. They're 2-0 right now. They're looking to go 3-0 with Thin Win here on board 2. And let's see.
And we have another update in the Drew game. Another queen blunder. Again,
Oh
the
no, my
queen
queen.
hitting a bishop
Ah!
along a diagonal. It's been a recurring theme.
Bishop takes f3, and queen takes b7, looking to take the rook, intermezzo, but outdoing themselves.
Yeah, I gotta spot these diagonals.
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Okay, so white wants revenge.
What if
The
queen g?
bishops
Oh.
against black's queen.
So okay, attacking the g pawn as well as the e pawn.
You know what white could do here is play knight b5. And then say, oh no, my g pawn. Knight b5, queen g2, knight c7 would be mate.
Oh. Whoa.
f5, interesting. Hitting the queen. There's a lot of ways to blunder the queen here.
I want to see this knight c7 mate.
I want to see it too. We might. It's also possible we'll see queen c6, which looks like it sets up the battery along the diagonal. Queen c6, there's bishop to b5.
I feel like that's still good for black though.
Yeah, black is up a lot of material here. Because black's up a queen and a knight and a pawn.
All right, gotta go knight b5.
Knight b5, yeah, it doesn't matter how much material you're up if you're getting mated.
Gotta go for it.
And bishop b5 also kind of looks attractive. There's a funny line: bishop b5, c6, and then knight d5,
Yes.
hitting the queen and threatening mate.
I like that too.
But now white's knight is gone.
Our knight was needed for all the tricks.
There's still like bishop b5 and rook d1, but white's running out of firepower.
So Drew coming in to avoid the fourth round sweep, but too little, too late. Yeah, we might have another match starting in a few minutes. The final match of the day and of the season. We have UC Santa Barbara's B team taking on Santa Clara. This is a California matchup in Division 7 finals. So, yeah, depending on how long this game lasts, we might want to just switch over. But yeah, I think for now we'll watch this to its conclusion.
Sure.
We don't want to miss any wild comebacks. Maybe
you never know. Yeah, I mean, both remaining games, one side is down a queen, but desperately fighting to stay alive.
Yeah, both sides down a queen. So yeah,
I mean, the Drew game is actually still interesting. Oh, but black castle's queenside. Nice move. So black unpinned the knight, and white repinned the knight with rook c4, creating the battery. Now if knight moves, white wins the c7 pawn.
Yeah, and like bishop f4 is nice too.
And there's 3 attackers against the knight. White could take it.
We can take on c6.
Now, of course, black could like sack the queen and still be up a ton of material and remove white's attack. But if black gets a little bit materialistic and saves the queen, then it could still be tricky. Probably best move queen e5 here. Okay, queen f5. Yeah, this is exactly what white wants.
Where's the mate? Where's the mate?
Yeah, the queen covers c8 too. But white is trying. White takes on a7, preparing bishop to b6.
Bishop b6. I still don't see the mate. Oh, no, I still don't see it. The king can come out to e6.
I don't see it either. But at least white's creating some like scary threats.
There's some hope.
Ounce of hope. Black's bishop and rook still undeveloped on the king side.
Black could also trade down with like rook d1 if they wanted. It's one idea.
Bishop c5. Okay, no, actually, b6. Don't play bishop c5. Bishop c5, there's rook takes
rook
c5.
Takes discovery. Pinning the bishop and the rook. Rook, okay.
King removes itself. King e8's a nice move.
Yeah, this queen just guarding. Yeah, the king can come up now.
But king d7, rook d8. Okay, rook c7.
Um,
And rook d7. Yeah, black is still very much surviving.
you can block with the rook.
Just don't play king d6.
Oh, that wins the queen back.
Oh, okay, white winning the queen back.
That's a
Now black
start.
will only be up a rook and a pawn.
Ooh, fire drive is 2 seconds. 1 second. Oh, they flagged. So then
Flagging is one way to avoid checkmate.
that's a point for Boston again, and we have this one final game. So yeah, should about wrap up soon. Queen takes, king takes, only move there. Rook check, king e2. Probably.
Yeah, so there's a principle in the opening, but it also applies to the endgame. Is you should develop your pieces, and black should develop the piece,
Well,
the
they're
bishop
wondering the
and rook
bishop.
that haven't moved yet,
Yeah, I was
and
hoping
also take free pieces.
white could pin the bishop with like rook c8. But
Yeah, rook c8, hoping for bishop c5.
oh, I didn't realize that was a trap too. So okay,
Always some hope.
rook b5, preparing the bishop check.
It's move 34. At what point will black develop with a bishop? Okay, we finally see
Move
it.
34. And
And rook
forcing the
f8,
rooks
very
off.
nice.
Yes. All right. Should be wrapping up here, and we have a resignation. So Drew, they show up late, but they get their 1 point, and the final score
On the
is
scoreboard.
Boston 9.5 to Baylor 6.5. Again, Boston taking home the championship prize of $100. This is Division 13. So congrats to them on an awesome season, and congrats to Baylor for making second place. We have one last match for today to cover: Santa Clara versus UC Santa Barbara's B team in Division 7 finals. So stick around, and we will be right back. everyone, and welcome back. My name is Joe. I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and I am joined by international master Eric Rosen. Welcome.
Thanks. It's good to be back. Final match of the day and of the season. Hopefully, we'll see some excitement to finish things off.
Yes, we have a finals match here in Division 7 between UC Santa Barbara's B team and Santa Clara University. So these are two California schools competing, which is exciting. And we actually already had a result.
Yeah, we had let's see if I can find the names of the players.
It was
Ray
Moonshine
Drop.
Wing versus Scuba Steve. So Steven is actually the team captain for Santa Clara, losing that first game. And actually, I see another game here. Han Solo looks to be winning a piece against Heartline.
Oof.
So
yeah, pretty nasty pin against this knight on c3.
Yeah, Han Solo is Lucas Nguyen. That's the board one, so not a major surprise there, taking down Santa Clara's fourth board.
Yeah, as white in that position, you'd really like to play pawn b3 to b2. And just move a little bit backwards. But unfortunately, that's not possible. Black will be scooping up the piece any moment.
Yeah, so let's look at maybe Javier from Santa Clara. This is the board one. And looks like they're also doing well against the board four from Santa Barbara, Riley. 2100 versus 1200, so quite the rating disparity here.
Yeah, out of all the games, this is probably the closest fight. Where black looks to be the one, of course, trying to attack on the king side. But white has a bishop pair. Bishop can drop back to e1.
Ooh, good point.
And also as white, you'd really like to trade queen. So maybe even, yeah, queen g4. I'm liking this move even more.
So the queen steps back. So I see Zach.
And yeah, the problem for white in this position is this knight on e4. It's so hard to remove. And it creates so many attacking ideas against the king side.
Ooh, knight g3 should be winning material. Because
Knight g3,
actually,
yeah.
ooh, you take on f1
in between
with check.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the queens could be traded there. So is Javier going to
And
find
it's the
it?
type of move you have to
Ooh.
calculate, though.
He doesn't go for it. He goes with d4 instead.
d4, it kind of shuts down both bishops, the bishop on b3 and the bishop on c5. Now, I mean, black still has knight g3, although f5, okay, reinforcing the knight.
Oh, now
getting two center pawns. And it's still equal material, but the two pawns are so nice for black.
Rook e6. You can also push the pawns. Oh, giving up the pawn.
I'm not sure if black should have allowed that. I mean, there was queen e4 there, I think.
Yeah, queen e4, queen g3, king comes
king
back,
h1.
and the queen on e4 defends g2.
It defends everything, yeah.
But now black still has the e-pawn, and they can save it. They can push it.
Yeah, the drawback of playing e3 is it really shuts out black's dark squared bishop. Ideally, you'd like to make d3 work.
Maybe e3 then d3.
That's also an idea, yeah. The queen is tied down to the rook and also the g2 pawn. I like that a lot, actually.
So black's thinking. Javier's got a good position.
Yeah, pretty big rating disparity here. 900-point difference.
Just rook e3.
Bishop e5, very nice move.
That
Cutting off the rook.
Yep, and now pawn push. Yeah, I like to look better on g6, keeping a lot of threats alive. But
Right, because White's queen has mobility here. There's even a move like b4. I guess White's preparing b4 now. You'd like to distract the bishop and then win the d4 pawn.
oh, just trying to trade queens. This is peculiar. This is gonna separate the pawns.
Yeah, and like g4, king g2, b4 first. Okay.
Maybe trying to
And
play for
White has
c5.
chances for an upset. Like despite the time deficits, being under pressure the whole game,
Wow,
Black's pieces are completely cut off now.
these pawns are sitting ducks, and the bishop is cooked on a7.
Yeah, you would think the pawns would be strong, but the black pieces can't support them.
Bishop b8's the
And
move apparently right here.
oh, bishop
This is a
e8 is
vicious
actually
pin.
really nice.
Oh man, but
Not
it's
easy to
not. No,
find.
no, it's hard to find. Oh, but he finds
He
it.
finds it. Is it winning?
Kemp can't take.
Because White has to
Oh, bishop takes
get
pawn.
the king to g2.
Wow,
I think
wow.
this is the best line for White,
It's now
but it's still losing.
bishop. So bishop's got to go. Going after the b
d2
pawn.
rook e1,
Wow, Javier bailing out with this bishop
finding some
b8
clutch
move.
moves.
That was clutch. And props to Kemp Riley for
I mean, Kemp fighting on too,
yeah,
despite
keeping it
like
close.
it seemed like it could have just been over immediately there. It's still about to be over. The bishop's gonna overpower everything, and Black has a passy pawn. Gotta make him play it out.
Um, maybe we check on Zach versus
Yeah,
Santiret.
that game
Ooh,
is even more over.
this is gonna be very, very quick. Main one. All right, so Santier Red, Jack Feynman from Santa Barbara. So Santa Barbara starting off 3-0. Santa Clara likely gonna convert on their board one, but not the best start for Santa Clara. Santa Clara, apparently, actually, I'm looking at the how they got here in the bracket. Both teams had a very close semifinals match. Santa Barbara, the #1 seed, beating another California school, UC San Diego's C team as the 5th seed, 8.5 to 7.5.
Wow.
And Santa Clara as a #3 seed, just barely beating University of Florida's B team, also 8.5 to 7.5. So
Oh, stalemate alert! Stalemate alert! Queen f5 is stalemate. Black avoids it though. Oh, that was so tricky. Sorry
wow.
to cut you off there, Joe.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, this pawn on G3 is pinned. So black wisely only going for checks. And now the G pawn has a push. So
Okay, good conversion from Black.
and main one there. Wow, close.
GG.
Good try. Good fight. So Santa
Yeah,
Clara.
very good fight there. Like there were chances for a moment to see an upset, but move of the game, move of the match so far was bishop to b8.
Yeah, that was huge. So Santa Clara avoiding the sweep, getting 1 point on the board, but they have some work ahead of them to come back. They're down by 2 here going into the second round.
And second round games underway. Scanning the openings, got some king's pawn, got some queen's pawn. Interesting situation between Sauntered and Heartline in this 4 knights opening. White played h3 and black dove in with knight d4. Not sure if you can bring the game up or if you have the game up.
So I see black is attacking the queen and the knight. This is gonna ruin.
Queen's gonna have to move to some awkward square, like back to d1 or even d3, and
Yeah.
then can just ruin the kingside pawn structure for white.
So this is looking good for Heartline, who is a board 4 for Santa Clara. We do have queen d3. This is, like you said, an awkward move because it's blocking the d pawn, which is blocking the bishop. I
Yeah, it's
probably
not so
would have done
easy
a
for black
d1.
to completely punish white, though. I guess black, you might just want to take the knight and then like double the pawns. There's some potential maneuver to later play knight h5 to f4 and try and harass the queen.
Yeah, that would be annoying. So I hate these pens on the knights. I always play like h3 as soon as black plays d6.
Oh, you just avoid it completely.
Yeah, especially with the queen on e2, the knight comes to d4 with tempo even. So um
Yeah, there's all these cases where sometimes it's okay to allow it, but there's cases where you should prevent it, or you allow it, then you deal with it in specific ways. There's also the case where white is sometimes okay with the double G pawns. You can turn what looks like a weakness into a strength, and use the open G file with Rook G1, and then try and attack on the king side later F4 as well.
so we do see rook g1 and now g6. That kind of drops the bishop a little bit, but there's no g pawn to really attack it. So
Yeah, the bishop is stuck, but it's never getting trapped. It can just kind of sit patiently on h5. I think the big drawback of g6 is weakening the dark squares, though. Especially given white has the only dark square bishop on the board. Queen e3 is played probably with intention of queen h6.
yeah, preventing black from castling. Although I don't know if black wants to castle. They
Nope,
do.
castling is clearly not prevented.
So like you said, this bishop, even though it's kind of trapped on c1 right now, it's gonna get out to h6 one of these days, and it's got some big dreams, hopes, and aspirations one day.
Yeah, that's a potential of a piece that's just hibernating, waiting to enter the game. And as white, it might actually make sense to start with queen h6, which in some sense ties down the knight to defending the bishop on h5.
Hmm.
And some idea queen h6 and then bishop g5.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So yeah, we were liking black after they got the knight to d4 and ruined white's pawn structure, but a couple decisions from black, like taking on f3 with the knight instead of the bishop and playing g6, castling kingside with these dark square weaknesses. Things are starting to add up into white's favor. Although white hasn't castled yet, they're a little behind in development. d5 just attacking the
Yeah,
bishop.
I think the white king is okay just staying in the center as long as the e file doesn't open.
Yeah, so bishop back. So if black takes on e4, white would be happy to take with the f pawn,
Yeah, take with
undoubling,
f pawn.
keeping things
Which even
close.
though it opens up the diagonal for the bishop, it's better to keep the d file closed.
Yeah.
And then still, I think the plan is queen h6, bishop g5. And it just seems like a position that's much more difficult to play for black.
Okay, I still want to see this queen come in to h6 and the bishop come into g5.
Yeah, it seems like white's being a little bit hesitant. Moves like rook g3 and bishop g2 or bishop d2. Um, and this is giving black time to try and generate some counterplay of his own. C5 is a nice idea, like just try and
All
eventually
right.
get in c4.
There we go.
Okay,
The
finally
queen's
queen
coming in.
h6.
So the
Better
threat
late than never.
the threat is bishop to g5 to take the knight on f6 and
And
then
then take the bishop.
yeah, winning the bishop on h5, taking advantage of the pin on the g file. So let's see. Are we gonna see the bishop come in
Mm,
to g5?
Yeah, black's preparing this c4 break. It's not super simple.
Bishop a4 is also a move.
Bishop a4. Yeah, actually, in bishop a4 can be played in response to a move like c4.
Yeah.
And generally, you would like to keep the bishop aligned with the black king. Oh,
Whoa.
bishop takes d5.
That's also
Forgot about that move because the knight is still tied down to the bishop.
yeah, but you lose the bishop on d5 for the bishop on h5. Although after knight takes on d5, you could just take back on d5, right?
That's true. Yeah, actually, it gets a little bit weird.
Oh, this blunders
King
f7.
h8. Now, yeah, white's lights for bishop, stealing the show and stealing pawns.
Yeah, and
And once you
uh
take on f7, not only is the rook hit, but g6 is also hit. The h pawn is
can we
pinned.
take on g6?
Hmm,
Oh,
why
we
not?
can because after bishop takes, there's rook takes,
Yep.
and then the knight's
And then there's
pinned,
a pin on
and we're
the h
threatening
pawn, pin
mate
on the knight,
on
mate
g7.
threats.
Wow, this
This
bishop
looks
coming to life,
just
taking three
collapsing
pawns,
for the black pieces. Yeah.
and they've done it.
And he finds it.
Hold on, can the black knight move and pin the bishop? No, because then that's mate on h7.
Yeah, the queen's also defended, but knight's
Oh,
tied
true.
down. Just things went downhill really quickly there for black.
Actually, white's threatening to take on h7 with the bishop too, as well as bishop takes h5.
Too many threats.
Oh my goodness, how
This is
quickly.
what I was saying earlier. Like white transformed this kingside structure, double pawns, half open g file, into an attacking weapon. Like the opening looked really ugly, but
And all
white
without castling.
used the imbalance in his favor. And yeah, it didn't bother castling. Rook on a1 just chilling.
Whoa, taking here. This works.
That's a fancy move. Yeah, knight's pinned to the queen.
Can we even take on g3? Or is there some bishop
Black.
discovery? I feel like you could.
Yeah, black could take on g3 here. There's no immediate mate that I see,
But
but it's really bad for black.
white just simply takes back.
Yeah. I have to sneeze, but this position is nothing to sneeze at. Allergies are coming.
Springtime in St. Louis.
It is, yeah. Everything's blooming. There's so many flowers, but also so much pollen.
All
I should
right.
maybe switch to another
Yeah.
game because this seems to be wrapping up.
Um, Looking, I see Han Solo's up a pawn and a queen and rook pawn in game. Scuba Steve, we haven't seen in the first round. They lost and they're looking to come back here against the bottom board from Santa Barbara, who is actually up a pawn.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Kemp is a little bit underrated, just given the way they played the first game.
Yeah.
And now here up a pawn
So now h3
with
is
all the winning
hit.
chances.
Queen b3 is an interesting move, trying to pin the b pawn to the rook. So if queen h3, there's bishop c6. Santier Red did get their win.
Yeah, dominating final position.
Um,
Yeah, white plays rook d1, so just sacking the pawn in h3, but I guess trying to drive the queen away from the action.
maybe like queen
And now,
e5.
yeah, queen e5 comes to mind. I mean, you gotta be on constant alert for back rank tricks. And queen e5, black can just go all the way back to c8 with the queen.
Yeah, a little passive, but okay.
Queen a5, okay.
Going for mate on d8. Also going for like c7 or a7.
So a safe move is queen c8.
Yeah, queen c8 does
Just
cover a
ensure there's
lot.
no No entry point for the white queen.
No funny tricks. Maybe we look at Han Solo versus Zach. Both very low on time. 30 seconds
Another
or less.
endgame. Yeah.
So
One
now,
side's up a pawn. Backstrap pawn is a double pawn, so but it's still something.
I wanted to stay on the 7th. Maybe like Rook E7.
Yeah, rook e7 is far more active.
Ooh, trying to trade
Queen e3
queens.
trying to undouble the pawns. But
And
black
connect
not
4.
abiding.
Less than 20 seconds now for Zach.
Yeah, we might see some dancing of the queens.
Oh,
Looks like
offering
black wants
queen
a
trade.
queen trade.
Rook E8.
Rook e8, king h7. It almost works, but but then queen f7. Yeah, rook e8's a really nice find.
Oh, he does it. Hold on. King H7. Queen takes F. Oh, this just blunders the queen.
Yeah, king h7 had to be played.
Wow. So Zach and a time pressure. What a nice find though from Han Solo.
Good find from Joe Brune too. I think you found it before everyone.
I may or may not have the advantage of a computer
Oh,
evaluation.
that's how. Okay, so Stockfish is a true champion.
Yeah.
Black resigns.
So that's a big point. Their board 1 goes 2 for 2 for Santa Barbara. Yeah, I'm kind of worried for Scuba Steve. I feel like he's
With
gonna
Steve
lose. He lost a
down a
rook.
full rook
What
and two
happened?
pawns. We should
Ah,
look at the Javi game. Javier.
okay. Javier
It's
has a
it's a
queen.
little bit closer than the Scuba Steve game.
Yeah.
Rook for queen, pawn for each side. There's some stalemate potential. This is a right position for stalemate tricks, but also
Oh, that's
for
a huge
queen
fork.
forks. Yeah,
Yeah.
there goes a rook.
In the game.
Good game.
So Javier, 2 for 2. Keeping
And the
Santa
final game
Clara in it.
going. Scuba Steve.
But Santa Barbara, they're looking to go back to back 3-1, only losing to Javier. So Javier came to play today, but unfortunately for his team, they're not doing too hot.
Yeah, and we're about to see a nice finish for Kemp. 400-point upset.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the rest of the moves there. All right, so yeah, Steve hoping for stalemate.
Yeah, sometimes hoping is all you can do. Not gonna happen though.
So Kemp, a big upset on board 4, taking down Scuba Steve. So Steve starting off 0 for 2 against the bottom 2 boards of Santa Barbara. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough hill to climb for Santa Clara to get back into this fight. Santa Barbara, they only need 2.5 points out of the remaining 8 games.
Wow, to clinch the match.
Yeah, they're up by
Not easy.
4. And for those of you wondering, the first place prize in Division 7 is $400. Second place is $200. So both of these teams have at least 200 and a chance to double that with a win here today. Santa Barbara is the number 1 seed. Santa Clara, the number 3 seed. So, yeah, looking good for Santa Barbara already. Can they hold on to win it in these last 2 rounds?
And yeah, a couple of games taking place this round. We're looking at this English opening turned into what variation this is. But I'm liking White's position already here for Scuba Steve. Just complete development. Black disobeyed some opening principle, moving the knight twice, and not getting much for it. It looks like Black has to spend even more time dealing with the knight attack on e4. We might see the trade on c3. Bishop f5.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, it
black's a
looks
little
a little
behind.
bit shaky for black,
So Scuba
especially with
Steve,
the king. There.
he's the captain for Santa Clara. He hasn't been getting any points so far in the first 2 rounds, but he can make up for it here if he takes down Santa Barbara's top board. They're number 1, and right now Lucas is 2 for 2, so this would be his first loss.
And I'm just glazing at the other games. Opening still unfolding. It looks like all 4 games ongoing.
Let's see. Are there any other? Yeah, I like how Steve's playing against the D5 pawn that's isolated.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things in English is there's potential for a lot of white pieces to attack the d5 square. In this case, the d5 pawn. And not to mention queen b3 on the horizon, hitting d5 and b7. And this looks really difficult for black to hold on to like everything.
So I don't know if you can hold on to D5 or B7, especially after Queen B3.
Yeah, I mean, you could trade on c3 and then play some sad move like bishop e6, which we might see. But then still queen b3 and just so many things. Well, it really it's just 2 pawns, but it's a lot of pressure on black's position.
Taking on E6, so
This
pawn
is another way
takes.
to go about it. Now there's a target on e6.
Queen check. G6.
G6 expected.
And
And the
then
problem for black is there's so many ways for white to attack the e6 pawn. Between queen g4, rook e1, bishop h3. Or queen e5 immediately, yeah.
So that's a fork.
And not only is e6 falling, but also like once white wins e6, then d5 falls.
Yeah, so
and it's
really
2
nice
center
here.
pawns for black.
Really nice from Steve, taking a really good initiative here against Santa Barbara's top board. So there is some hope left for Santa Clara.
We're seeing how the positional play very quickly transforms into some straightforward tactics.
Tactical play, yes. All right. Maybe we look at Javier versus Santier Red. So white has the
This
bishop pair.
game a little bit quieter.
So both of these players are 2 for 2. So this is also a big matchup. Looks like we have a queen trade offered.
Black going for it.
All right, so now we have bishop versus knight in the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to assess this position. And the easy thing to say, it's a 3-result game, which I think it is, especially with these imbalances. The bishop isn't too impressive on b2. Like, it's just staring at a very rock-solid e5 pawn. It would much prefer to be on a square like e3, a bit more centralized.
And the bishop can go there with tempo, starting with c1.
Yeah, bishop c1. Yeah, if I had to choose a side, I'd probably slightly prefer black. Because black can also throw in this b6 move, and it's really hard for white to make any gains on the king side.
Is a move like f4 coming to mind?
Yeah, f4 is a natural way to try and justify the bishop on b2. But I think it does more harm than good for white, because after simple e takes f4, and then the e4 pawn is backwards, and you allow rook e8 and knight e5. And yeah, white's probably better off just playing a little bit solidly, like pawn f3, and again, maneuver the bishop to e3, and just hold steady. Like pawn f3 here, yeah.
Yeah, f3.
Easy move to play.
Defending. Now the knight's trying to come in on the dark squares.
So this is where bishop c1, yeah. Some pretty straightforward moves.
So that hits the rook. Rook steps back. Let's look at Ray Drop versus Heartline. That's about to end soon.
Wow, something terrible happened to black's queen.
Oh, the queen was just hanging.
Oh.
after
Yeah, white
knight
played the
f3.
retreating attacking move.
And the rest falls. All right, so yeah, if the knight moves, there's mate on g7. All right, so let's see. That's gonna be a point for Ray drop. That's gonna be another point for Santa Barbara. That's mate in 1. Wow, so that's adding on to their lead. They're now up to 7 points.
Yeah, when it rains, it storms sometimes.
All right, Kemp versus Zach. Opposite side castles. Looks like Black's managed to keep the pawn storm at bay on the king side for the moment being.
Yeah, this is probably the sharpest position of them all. Opposite side castling. Not easy for white to break through, but I do like the way that Kemp is playing this. Now it's a question: do you take on e7? There's also an idea knight e3, and then later reroute to f5.
So he takes on
Does
e7.
take.
The computer there likes knight f6 check.
Wow.
Yeah, getting a pawn to f6 and opening up the g file and the
I guess it
dark
makes
square
sense. Open up the
diagonal.
darks for bishop
Yeah,
and the g file.
so that would have been really sharp. But Kemp just trades on e7. And now Black's trying to start the pawn storm. How do you
Yeah,
feel
as
about
black,
a4?
you don't want the queen side to lock up. And yeah, a4, it seems like it actually helps black, because black can take and then play rook b8 and start targeting b2.
Okay, Zach keeps
Yeah,
it close though.
b4.
That helps out white.
B4, it's a hard move to look at without cringing.
They're mutually helping each other. White's like, here, let me play a4 for you. And Black says, no, I insist.
Yeah, usually when you're the one attacking against your opponent's castled king, the aim is to open files and not close files.
So bishop to
But this is
e3.
interesting because the position is much more closed now, and it's going to turn into a bit more maneuvering of a game. And at some point, white should almost certainly triple on the f file. It's the only half open file for white. And f7 is one of the more obvious targets in the position.
Trading, trying to get the queens off.
Going for the queen trade, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything can still happen here.
We have a rook and pawn in game on Javier now.
So somehow the bishop and knight got traded?
But looks like Black's gonna drop the a pawn. That's gonna be a huge advantage on the a file for Javier.
Yeah, all you need is to win one pawn, get one passed pawn. White has by far the more active rook here.
The only thing I could see for Black
Yeah.
is rook g6, maybe g4, and then h5.
Yeah, the problem is white can just snag h5 in that line, and
Yeah.
when you take on a7, you defend a3. So black going for rook f6, but the king holds everything together.
Yeah, the king wasn't in time to save the g pawn, but the king is in time to save the f pawn, and now rook a7, a very simple yet concrete winning plan for white. Push the passed a pawn.
Yeah, very good technique from white so far.
So
Good time
Javier,
management too.
yeah, he should be able to take down Santir Red, giving him their first loss. I want to check back in with Steve. So
Yeah, somehow black held together the king side. When we last left, we saw queen e5 hitting the e6 pawn and the rook, and black found the only move to defend everything, king f7.
wow.
And white was not able to win a single pawn. And it's actually black who's up a pawn in the current position, but white still has really good chances to win with activity.
And Steve, he had a pin on the f file against Black's bishop, and he didn't take advantage of it. I felt like he could have attacked that f6 bishop again. Queen comes all the way back, but black is up a pawn, and maybe he's gonna bring it all the way back.
I mean, this could still be very much of a fight
Yeah, it could be
because
anyone's
black's
game.
king is very open.
Both
As white,
kings
you want to
are.
try and go for some perpetual, but this a pawn is really, really quick.
Queen takes O. That allows d5 with check.
Yeah, queen
So
d5.
now white has a pass pawn. Queen
If white
e5.
wants, there is perpetual. I
Well, they
think. But king
probably.
h6, maybe not so
Whoa.
simple.
Oh, but that drops the a pawn.
Ooh. So now it's just equal material.
Okay.
Who's playing for a win?
Maybe the king will find safety on h3. Ooh, pushing the pawn. Queen b4. Is there queen c4, or is that winning for white?
You'd imagine it's winning for white, given the king is a bit more centralized.
Yeah. So
And if you're
probably.
Scuba Steve, you want to try and win this, given the team situation. But Han Solo looks like just going for the perpetual draw is good enough for the team.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Just don't play queen e1.
Yeah, I'm imagining some queen blunder. They just take
Okay,
repetition.
repetition.
All right, so that leaves us with 2 last games.
Yeah, we should look at the Kemp game. Javier is winning against Sauntered. But Kemp against Zach G. This is like the closed position from earlier. The queen side is still a bit closed, but black is up 2 pawns on the king side.
Yeah, 2 on O there.
Looking to push him.
That's going to be hard. Check. King up.
King g3.
Check. Now got to watch out for bishop h3. You can block with check there. Would have been interesting.
Yeah, bishop h3 was playable, but
Oh,
yeah, as
oh,
black
it's
just
pinned.
don't repeat.
Hmm.
Yeah, the bishop was pinned. You'd like to play bishop h3 with a counter pin.
So if the king steps up, there's rook c1. So offering a rook trade. But black wants to keep the rooks on. Very interesting.
There we
Check.
go. Winning the bishop on f7.
That's a fork. Yep. So Zach should be able to take down Kemp. That's going to be a big point for Santa Clara. Yeah, we have resignation. So Zach now
Yep.
on the board. And Javier won their game. So they go 3 for 3. And now Santa Barbara, they only need 1 point in the final round. But Santa Clara, they could have like a sweep in the 4th round to win it. But
there's always some hope.
they can only allow 1 draw. If they lose
7.5
or give up
4.5
2 draws, then yeah, they're done.
We see the game between Sauntered and Scuba Steve. Had some French exchange. Relatively quiet opening.
Both these players about 1500.
There's cases where white can castle queenside in this sort of position and make the game a lot more sharp. And we might see it. Yeah, g4 is a sign that white's probably not castling kingside. Like queen d2, castle queenside, start storming on the king side with h4, h5. In combination maybe with knight e5 and f4, f5.
Yeah, I like 95.
I mean, a lot of kind of natural resources for white. And it's black who's not as well equipped to actually attack on the queen side.
Yeah, so we could see opposite side castles and okay, offering some trades here. Probably take on e7. Maybe take
Knight
on
e4
e4.
makes things spicy though. If you take on e7, then you're trading queens like knight d2, bishop d8, knight f3.
And knight f3 comes with check.
One big trade.
So
although white is winning a pawn on d5 in the end in that line, I think. It gets messy. It's a type of position as white you want to take your time to calculate.
We're getting a
because the other
huge
option
raid
is
from
take
chess.
e4.
Shout out to chess.
Oh, shout out to chess. That's what we're commentating right now.
So hello and welcome everyone. You guys are tuning in
Welcome, welcome.
at the very end of this match. So my name's Joe. I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and I'm joined by International Master Eric Rosen, who
Hey,
you all
everyone.
know. And actually, are you gonna be playing in I Am Not a GM soon?
Yeah, Chess will be broadcasting my match on Tuesday against Tanya Sachdev as I Am
Ah,
Not a GM Speed Chess Championship.
are you preparing for that at all?
Um,
We don't want to give away some
maybe it's
secret
kind of
plot.
secret in terms of my preparation. I may or may not be, but yeah, I do have to prepare mentally for it and
Mm,
maybe physically. So yeah, just a few days away.
seems wise. But yeah, for those of you that don't know, this is the Collegiate Chess League. We're watching the Division 7 finals right now. If you missed yesterday's stream, which I'm sure a lot of you did, I highly recommend you go check it out. We do have our VODs as well as our YouTube channel, which we are streaming to as well. So you guys can go check those out. But we watched the Division 1 finals yesterday between U Chicago and University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, which was a big one. Um, so yeah, I'm excited for the season to be wrapping up here. This is our fourth season ever, and chess.com puts up $25,000 in prizes. So really awesome stuff. And yeah, if you guys want to follow or subscribe, really appreciate the love and support and just checking this stuff out. So right now, Santa Barbara is looking to close out the match against Santa Clara. So we have two California schools here, and a couple $100 in prize funding on the line. Santa Barbara with a win can get $400. Um, looks like Black's just winning a piece here. So
Yeah, something was blundered on f3. I think White maybe assumed the the rook or the bishop was still pinned to the rook on e8.
all right,
But that
movement.
is a costly blunder there.
But that's good for Santa Clara. So they're trying to bring things back and make it close. So Scuba Steve, they've only gotten a draw out of their first 3 games. This could be their first win of the match at a very key moment. Let's maybe look at some of the other games. All right, I'm looking at Javier versus Han Solo. These are the top 2 boards from both teams.
Yeah, and this started as a Najdorf Sicilian, and typical for the Najdorf to get very sharp in the middle game. We just saw the e5 break from White, and yeah, I feel like a lot is going to unfold over the next few moves. Black has to choose where to put the knight from f6. You can't move to d7, and we're probably going to see a move like knight e4 might be possible.
94 is looking sharp.
Yeah, knight e4 is well supported. Offer the trade of bishops.
Yeah, and I also I like e5. It's attacking the knight. It's opening things up. It's taking the center, but it also opens up this bishop for black on the long diagonal. But black kind of takes the more passive approach. They go back to e8.
Yeah, knight e8 is usually not a square you want your knight to be, especially when white has a pawn on e5, just dominating the knight. But okay, it's still playable. And the knight's going to reroute
Yeah, knight's
to
going to
c7,
d5.
maybe coming to d5, and rook will come to d8. And usually, when you have a pawn on e5 as white and black is castle kingside, you want to like try and organize some attack on the king side. But it's not easy to when all of white's pieces are just kind of sitting on the queen side, which maybe explains knight f3, going for some eventual knight g5.
We're getting another
Um,
raid from Chesscom IT.
A, what
Do
is that? Is that Italy
maybe.
or information technology?
I don't know. But shout
Hmm.
out to Chesscom IT. Thank you guys so much. Welcome. For those of you joining us, this is the Collegiate Chess League Division 7 Finals. I'm Joe, and I'm joined by someone who doesn't really need introduction, Eric Rosen, who I'm sure you all know.
Hi
Um,
everyone again.
but look at the time situation in this match. Javier is crushing, up over 4 minutes compared to Han Solo's 46 seconds.
Moving very quickly, and it doesn't always matter if you're slightly worse in the position. If you have a big time advantage, and momentum seems to be shifting in Black's favor. Although there is Rookie 3
Rookie 3
keeping
just
things defended.
barely holding on, but putting yourself into a pen, less than ideal. But maybe
Rook
White
T
has like
very
some knight
quickly.
g4 ideas.
He's got to figure out what to do with the Rook first. But Knight
Trading
G4 is on tap.
knight g4, threatening some
Threatening Knight
checks.
H6.
Yeah, lining up with the pen. Very
So as
low
Black,
time.
you don't want to offer any counterplay. But you also have time to think and kind of savor the position.
Can you play rook d2?
I was wondering if Rook D2 is possible. And practically, I think King H7 is a fine choice, but Rook D2 here. And G2 is a massive target.
All right.
How does White defend?
Yeah, how do we stop g2?
There's Knight F2, but that's not a move that should make White happy.
Knight f2 played. Black can take on c2 maybe.
Start munching pawns. Rook C2. And then White's just stuck. Queen's tied down to the rook. Okay, Knight
Okay.
E4, but now Bishop E4 and
Bishop
Rook
takes,
C3
rook
or Queen
takes.
C3.
Yeah, rook c3. Yeah, this is all good for Javier. So Javier, 3 for 3, looking to take down Santa Barbara's top board to go 4 for 4. He's been such a strong scorer. Oh, and he's just winning a knight
There goes
here
the
now.
knight, and now the queen.
Oh, now the queen on g2. Everything's falling apart.
Everything crumbling.
All right, so maybe we look at another game. I see we're in the end here with Santier versus Scuba Steve. He's up a knight, but these two pawns. This is dangerous.
The pawns are not to be messed with. A5.
A5. Oh my goodness.
It's crazy that the pawn count is equal. It's 4-on-4. Black is up a full knight,
But look
but
at these
White
knights.
has
The
winning
pawns.
chances. A7, yeah.
Wow, he
I think
sacks,
this is winning.
and now White should be winning.
But is it winning? Like, Black is up a pawn after King B8?
King A5 is the only winning move, apparently. That's...
White has to put Black in Zugzwang.
I don't
the
understand
opposition
how.
is so important.
King B5 is a draw. King A5 is a win. Don't ask me what the
Okay.
difference is. Maybe
Yeah,
like
so the point of playing King A5 is to
later play King B5.
meet King B7 with King B5. Like, the timing's very important.
Triangulation, maybe?
I think Sondred realizes it's a critical moment and he's taking time, and that's a good first step. But to calculate everything fully, it's not easy here.
Yeah, Scuba Steve, though, up a piece and not able to
Because there's also B7 to consider. Like, B7 is an interesting idea, too, to provoke D5 and then King B5 and win the D pawn.
So apparently, back in this critical position, Scuba Steve played the passive knight b8, but knight d4 or knight e5 was holding on for the win. So unable to find that. Also,
It can be hard to make that judgment.
I just looked at Zach has no time. He's gonna, oh my god, 2.2 seconds. So, and Raydrop
also down a knight.
Yeah, completely winning.
King A5 was played, by the way.
Wow.
But I feel like there's more to the story. Like,
so now
it still takes some understanding. Yeah, I was wondering, like, what happens after King C8? How is this actually winning for White? But King B7, okay, now it should be clearly winning for White.
Yeah, with King B7 and
because King B5 and Black's in Zugzwang.
So what were you saying after King C8, huh? King C8 isn't
because you have the engine, so hopefully you have the answers. I'm not actually using the engine.
It's saying to play King B4 there.
King B4. Yeah, you have to avoid the B5 square.
And then if King D7, then you can go to B5.
Okay, that actually makes some sense. It comes down to these Zugzwang situations.
So now D4. king takes d4, king takes b6, but then white is too close and black is too far. White's going to gobble up all these pawns and win the game.
Yeah, and that will clinch the match for Santa Barbara,
Yeah.
right?
Or they were going to win with Ray Drop over
Fair.
Zach as well. We haven't looked much at the board 4 matchup here. Heartline versus Kemp. Kemp looks to be up a whole rook, so that's pretty good. So yeah, Santa Clara, they got the win with their top board, but yeah, Javier seemed to be the only player really from Santa Clara to get some really good production here. But the rest of the team not able to keep up, and they're gonna lose this match to Santa Barbara, who's gonna win Division 7 championship.
Yeah, some good games though.
Actually, we see
And a lot of good fights.
Ray Drop won with a checkmate, a pawn checkmate. Wow, knight 94. What a nice way to finish that one off.
And get a Rosen trophy for that.
Yeah, pawn mate. All right, so
I'm looking at the final this final game between Kemp and Heartline. Kemp's been playing some good chess today, managing time very well. Up a rook in this position. Seems like they'll convert without too much issue.
yep, a ton of time. Up a rook and 2 pawns. And also Scuba Steve looks like they're gonna lose.
Going down there.
Man, and they looked so good too to start off. So Santier red, as well as Ray Drop,
Coming
finishing
back.
3 out of 4 for Santa Barbara. So yeah, this is the end of the season for both of these teams to make it this far. They've both won some cash prize. Santa Clara with second place taking home $200. Santa Barbara with first place taking home $400. And if you guys want to see all of our divisions and all of those prizes, you can check that out in the chat. We have it linked, as well as all of the playoff brackets. You guys can check those out as well. Still need an update after today, but yeah, this is the final match that we're streaming today. So after this, I think we're gonna head out, but we might stream a couple. I think Eric's gonna head out. I might have one more match to stream later today. There also might be some on Monday and Tuesday. But for all of the matches left today, this is pretty much it. So thank you guys for being here. Congrats again to Santa Barbara. So they had a really strong performance today, taking down Santa Clara with a final score of 10.5 to 5.5. And once again, my name's Joe. I'm joined by Eric Rosen. So
it's been a pleasure, Joe. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Some super fun games to watch.
Yeah, the pleasure was all mine. Thank you so much for doing this. And I know the players also really appreciated this. A lot of them are going to go back and rewatch the commentary. And you can do so on YouTube. All of our streams are sent there as well. So I will link that in the chat again. But yeah, for now, that's going to be it for today. We're going to send you guys off on another raid. So stick around and be sure to watch Eric's match. When is that going to be again, Eric?
It is this Tuesday, May 24th, 11 a.m. U.S. Central Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, against International Master Tanya Sachdev. It's a speed chess championship.
Awesome. So yeah, best of luck
Looking
on
forward.
that. And
thank you.
We're going to shout out Chess again. That's where you're going to see it. And yeah, good luck. Is that the first round or the second round?
That'll be the first round. Yeah, it's my first match of this year's event, so gotta start preparing.
Awesome. Well, good luck. And yeah, with that, we're gonna take off. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys so much. And if you want more information on the Collegiate Chess League, you can join our Discord. That's where we make all the announcements. If you're a college student, definitely check it out. Try to join in for next season. We also have a lot of awesome things happening over the summer with our ambassador program. So yeah, chess.com is doing a lot of great things for college chess. So definitely check it out. And Yeah, thanks again, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Take care.